What's going on, everyone? It's Harry FLX here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Ragnok blood-tested Harry at age 6 and Goblins declared wizarding war over Dumbledore's 22 betrayals? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, Blood and Betrayal. Harry Potter ran faster than he'd ever run before, his small legs pumping as he darted between the rows of identical houses on Privet Drive. The sound of Dudley's gang whooping and hollering behind him pushed him to squeeze out another burst of speed. Get the freak! Dudley's voice echoed off the brick walls. Harry's breath came in ragged gasps. He was fast, had to be with Dudley hunting him most days, but there were 5 of them and only one of him. He ducked down an alley, heart hammering against his ribs. At just 6 years old, Harry was scrawny, with perpetually broken glasses held together with tape, and clothes that hung off his tiny frame like circus tents. The September air bit at his exposed skin through the holes in Dudley's hand-me-downs. Cornered at the end of the alley, Harry pressed his back against the brick wall. Dudley and his friends formed a semicircle, closing in with predatory grins. Nowhere to run now, freak, Dudley sneered, cracking his knuckles. Harry felt that familiar strange sensation building inside him, the same feeling that had turned his teacher's hair blue last month. Something hot and electric that sparked when he was scared or angry. "Just leave me alone," Harry said, trying to sound brave despite his trembling voice. "Or what?" Piers Polkiss taunted, stepping forward. "Gonna cry to Mummy?" "Oh wait, you haven't got one." The gang laughed cruelly. That electric feeling intensified, crackling just under Harry's skin. "I think he's gonna do something weird again," Malcolm said, suddenly uncertain. Dudley frowned. "So what?" "Dad said we just need to beat the freakishness out of him." Just as Dudley lunged forward, a deep, gravelly voice cut through the tension. "You boys lost your manners along with your brains." The gang spun around. A short man stood at the alley entrance, leaning on a gnarled walking stick. He wore an odd combination of what looked like a business suit and a leather jacket, with a flat cap pulled low over his face. Despite his small stature, something about him made the boys hesitate. "Mind your own business, old man," Dudley said, though his voice lacked conviction. The stranger tapped his walking stick against the pavement. The sound echoed unnaturally loud. 5 against 1. Seems you need a lesson in fair play. Whatever. "Come on, guys," Dudley muttered, backing away. "We'll get the freak later." Harry watched in amazement as the gang retreated, shooting dirty looks over their shoulders. The strange man approached Harry, and up close, Harry noticed something odd about his features: sharp teeth glimpsed when he spoke, pointed ears partially hidden by the cap, and fingers that seemed to have one too many joints. "You all right, kid?" the man asked, his dark eyes scanning Harry with unexpected intensity. "I'm fine, sir." "Thank you," Harry replied automatically, the response drilled into him by his aunt and uncle. "Never complain. Never draw attention." The stranger's gaze flickered to Harry's forehead where his untamable hair had parted to reveal the lightning bolt scar. Something changed in the man's expression, surprise, then calculation. "What's your name, boy?" Harry hesitated. Uncle Vernon always warned him not to talk to strangers, though that seemed rich coming from someone who locked him in a cupboard. "Harry. Harry Potter," he finally said. The man went completely still. "Potter? You're Harry Potter?" Harry nodded, confused. No one ever acted like his name meant anything. "What are you doing here? With those Muggle boys?" The man's eyes narrowed. "Muggle?" Harry repeated, unfamiliar with the term. The stranger stared at Harry for a long moment, then glanced around the alley as if checking for watchers. "Tell me, Harry Potter. Do strange things happen around you? Things you can't explain?" Harry's eyes widened. How did this man know? "Sometimes," he whispered. I'm not supposed to talk about it. Uncle Vernon says it's freakish. The man's face darkened with anger. Does he now? And who is this Uncle Vernon? My uncle. I live with him and Aunt Petunia and Dudley, Harry explained, gesturing vaguely in the direction his cousin had fled. And your parents? The question was careful, measured. They died in a car crash when I was a baby. That's how I got this, Harry pointed to his scar. The stranger made a choking sound. A car crash, he sputtered. Is that what they told you? Harry nodded, suddenly uncertain. The man muttered something in a language Harry had never heard before, all harsh consonants and guttural sounds. This isn't right. None of this is right. He fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. Harry Potter, would you like to know the truth about your parents? About yourself? Harry's heart skipped a beat. You knew my parents? I knew of them. And I know of you. The man extended his hand. My name is Griphook, and I think it's time you learned who you really are. Harry hesitated only briefly before taking the offered hand. It felt rough and warm, with calluses in strange places. I shouldn't go with strangers, Harry said, even as he held on to Griphook's hand. Griphook's mouth twisted into something between a smile and a grimace. Wise, but I'm not just any stranger. I'm a goblin, Harry Potter, and I believe someone has done you a great disservice. A goblin? Harry repeated, his eyes growing wide. Like from fairy tales? Nothing like those ridiculous stories, Griphook snorted. Come. There's someone you need to meet. Instead of leading Harry out of the alley, Griphook guided him deeper into it, toward a dead end that Harry was certain had been there moments ago. But now, where brick wall should have been, Harry saw a narrow passage. Where are we going? Harry asked, both frightened and exhilarated. Gringotts Bank, Griphook replied. The chief wants to meet you. Harry had no idea what Gringotts was or why any chief would want to meet him, but for the first time in his life, someone was treating him like he mattered. He straightened his shoulders and followed Griphook into the passage. The narrow corridor opened into a wider tunnel lit by strange blue flames and brackets along the walls. The tunnel sloped downward, curving gently to the right. Are we underground? Harry asked, his voice echoing slightly. One of the old goblin tunnels, Griphook confirmed. They connect to various places around Britain. Faster than your human transportation. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, they reached a small round chamber with a polished stone door. Griphook pressed his palm against it, muttering more of that harsh language. The door slid open silently. Harry gasped. Beyond the door stretched an enormous cavern filled with glittering golden light. Massive pillars carved with intricate symbols supported a ceiling so high Harry could barely see it. Dozens of creatures, goblins, Harry assumed, bustled about, carrying scrolls, gems, and strange instruments. Welcome to Gringotts, Griphook said, pride evident in his voice. Harry followed him across the polished floor, trying not to stare at the goblins working at high desks or the occasional tall figures in robes who seemed just as out of place as Harry felt. They approached a set of double doors guarded by goblins in armor that gleamed like liquid metal. The guards nodded to Griphook and eyed Harry with undisguised curiosity. Beyond these doors lay a circular office dominated by a massive desk carved from a single piece of black stone. Behind it sat the most imposing goblin Harry had yet seen, older than Griphook, with silver streaking his dark hair and a scar running from his left temple to the corner of his mouth. Chief Ragnok, Griphook said, bowing deeply. I've brought Harry Potter. The chief's head snapped up, eyes locking onto Harry with such intensity that Harry took an involuntary step back. Harry Potter, Ragnok said, his voice surprisingly deep. At last. Harry managed a small bow, unsure of the proper etiquette. Sir. Sir, he says, Ragnok chuckled, though the sound contained little humor. Tell me, Mr. Potter, do you know what you are? Harry frowned. I'm just Harry. Ragnok and Griphook exchanged a look. Griphook says you live with Muggle relatives, Ragnok said. These Dursleys. They told you your parents died in a car accident? Harry nodded. And have they ever mentioned magic, Mr. Potter? Harry's eyes widened. Uncle Vernon says there's no such thing as magic. He gets really angry if anyone mentions it. Ragnok's expression darkened. I see. He stood, revealing himself to be taller than Griphook but still shorter than Harry. Mr. Potter, you are a wizard. Your parents were a witch and wizard. They were murdered, not killed in any car crash, by a dark wizard. And you survived a killing curse that has never failed before, becoming famous in our world as the boy who lived. Harry stared at him. That can't be true. Can't it? Ragnok asked softly. Haven't strange things happened around you? Things you couldn't explain? Perhaps when you were angry or scared? Harry thought about the blue hair incident. The time he somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. The way his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia had practically shaved it off. That's magic, he whispered. Indeed. Ragnok sat back down. And that brings us to why you're here. Something is very wrong with your situation, Mr. Potter. You should never have been placed with those muggles, non-magical people. You should have been raised in the wizarding world, aware of your heritage and your status. Why wasn't I? Harry asked, finding his voice. That, said Ragnok, is what we intend to find out. Griphook, fetch Bloodfang and his tools. Griphook bowed and left. Harry shifted uncomfortably under Ragnok's scrutiny. You're quite small for your age, the goblin chief observed. Harry flushed. I don't eat much. Don't eat much, or aren't fed much. Ragnok's voice was dangerously soft. Before Harry could answer, the doors opened again. Griphook returned with another goblin carrying an ornate wooden box. Bloodfang is our best curse-breaker and blood magic specialist, Ragnok explained as the new goblin set the box on the desk. Bloodfang opened the box to reveal a silver dagger, a shallow stone basin carved with runes, and several vials of different colored liquids. What is that for? Harry asked nervously. A blood test, Ragnok said. It will tell us your lineage, any vaults you may have access to, and, most importantly, any spells or bindings that may have been placed upon you. Bindings? Harry echoed. Magic that restricts your natural abilities, Bloodfang explained, his voice surprisingly gentle for his fierce appearance. Given the circumstances of your placement with Muggles, we suspect interference. Harry looked at the dagger with apprehension. Just 3 drops of blood, Bloodfang assured him. I promise it will hardly hurt. After a moment's hesitation, Harry extended his hand. Bloodfang carefully pricked Harry's finger, allowing exactly 3 drops to fall into the basin. The blood didn't pool as Harry expected. Instead, it spread out, forming thin lines that crawled across the basin's surface like red lightning. Bloodfang added different vials of liquid, muttering in that strange language. The mixture flashed with light, then settled into a silvery substance that reminded Harry of mercury. Bloodfang waved his hand over the basin, and a piece of parchment appeared floating above it. Lines of text began to write themselves across the parchment in what looked like dark red ink. Ragnok took the parchment when it completed itself, his expression growing darker with each line he read. Finally, he slammed it down on his desk with such force that Harry jumped. This, Ragnok growled, is beyond outrage. What is it? Harry asked, anxiety churning in his stomach. Ragnok took a deep breath, visibly controlling his anger. Mr. Potter, according to this test, you are indeed Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Evans Potter. You are heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter and, surprisingly, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black through your godfather. I have a godfather? Harry blurted out. Sirius Black, Ragnok nodded. Currently in Azkaban, wizard prison, without having received a trial. But that's illegal? Yes. That's just the beginning. Ragnok tapped the parchment. The test also reveals 22 separate magical bindings on your person, blocks on your natural magic, compulsion charms to make you submissive, tracking spells, and even blocks on your natural intelligence and physical growth. Harry felt sick. Someone did that to me. Why? All of these spells, Ragnok continued, his voice tight with rage, bear the magical signature of one Albus Dumbledore. Who's that? Harry asked. The headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Ragnok spat each title like a curse. And, it seems, the man who placed you with those muggles against your parents' will. My parents' will? Harry repeated. Yes, Mr. Potter. Your parents left a will. According to our records, it was sealed by Dumbledore, who then appointed himself your magical guardian. As such, he has had access to your family vaults. I have vaults. Like, with money. Harry couldn't keep up with these revelations. The Potter family is one of the wealthiest in Wizarding Britain, Griphook explained. Multiple vaults containing gold, artifacts, investments, and properties. Ragnok was still reading the parchment. The blood test also confirms something we suspected. There is a foreign soul fragment embedded in your scar, Mr. Potter. A dark and dangerous piece of magic. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. There's something in my scar. We can remove it, Bloodfong said quickly. Along with the bindings. But first. Ragnok nodded grimly. First, we must address the treaty violations. Treaty violations? Harry asked. The Goblin Nation and the Wizarding World operate under treaties, Ragnok explained. These treaties include very specific clauses about the handling of hereditary accounts, wills, and the treatment of heirs. What has been done to you violates no fewer than 22 clauses of these treaties. The chief goblin stood, radiating authority. Harry Potter, on behalf of the Goblin Nation, I formally request your permission to declare a state of limited war against those responsible for these violations. Harry blinked. War. That sounds serious. It is, Ragnok agreed. But it would not be against all wizards, only those who participated in these crimes against you and, by extension, against goblin banking laws. Harry thought about the Dursleys, who had lied to him his entire life. About this Dumbledore person who had apparently put blocks on his magic and sent him to live with people who hated him. About his parents, murdered rather than killed in an accident. If you do this, Harry asked slowly, what happens to me? If you agree, the Goblin Nation would offer you sanctuary, Ragnok said. We would remove the bindings on your magic and the soul fragment in your scar. You would be educated about your heritage and prepared to eventually take your place in both the Wizarding world and as the Potter heir. And the Dursleys? Ragnok's smile showed too many teeth. They would be investigated. Any crimes against you would be addressed. Legally, of course. Harry took a deep breath. Part of him couldn't believe this was happening, goblins and magic and hidden wills. But another part, a deeper part, recognized the truth in Ragnok's words. It explained so much about his life. Okay, Harry said, straightening his shoulders. I give permission. Ragnok nodded solemnly. Then it is decided. Bloodfong, prepare the ritual chamber. Griphook, alert the War Council. I, Ragnok, chief of the Gringotts clan and leader of the Goblin Nation, do hereby declare a state of limited war against Albus Dumbledore and all who aided him in his crimes against Harry James Potter and the Treaty of 1823. A pulse of magic swept through the room, making the air momentarily heavy. Harry felt something shift, like pieces of a puzzle falling into place. Now, Ragnok said, his eyes gleaming, let us free you from these bindings, Mr. Potter. It's time you discovered your true potential. The ritual chamber was deep below the main Gringotts hall, a perfect circle carved from bedrock, with softly glowing runes etched into the floor and walls. Harry stood in the center, wearing a simple white robe provided by the goblins. Around him, 7 goblins including Bloodfang formed a circle, each holding a different instrument, a drum, a crystal, a bowl of liquid, a burning herb, a silver bell, a polished mirror, and a small wooden box. The ritual will be uncomfortable, Bloodfang warned him. Breaking magical bindings is never pleasant. But the pain will pass quickly. Harry nodded, trying to look braver than he felt. I understand. We'll begin with the bindings on your magic, then move to the blocks on your mind and body. The soul fragment will be last, Bloodfang explained. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be, Harry replied. The goblins began a low chant, the words unfamiliar to Harry but somehow resonant, as if they vibrated with his very bones. The drum started a slow, steady beat that matched his heart rate. The goblin with the crystal raised it, and light refracted through it, casting rainbow patterns across Harry's skin. Bloodfang stepped forward with a silver knife, not the same one used earlier, but larger and inscribed with runes that seemed to shift when Harry tried to focus on them. 3 marks, Bloodfang said. Forehead, heart, and hand. Harry stood still as Bloodfang made small, precise cuts in each location. The cuts stung but weren't particularly painful. Then Bloodfang stepped back and resumed chanting with the others. The cuts began to glow with an inner light, first white, then blue, then a deep, angry red. The pain hit Harry suddenly, like being doused in fire. He gasped, his knees buckling. It felt like something was being ripped away from him, layers of skin being peeled back. Through watering eyes, he saw wisps of colored smoke rising from the cuts, murky gray tendrils that writhed like living things as they were pulled from his body. Fight it, Harry Potter, one of the goblins called. Your magic wants to be free. Help it break these chains. Harry clenched his teeth and focused on that inner spark he'd always felt, the strange energy that had turned his teacher's hair blue and helped him escape Dudley's gang. Instead of suppressing it as he'd always done, he mentally reached for it, encouraging it to grow. The pain intensified, but beneath it was something else, a building pressure, like a dam about to break. The chanting grew louder, the drum faster. With a sound like breaking glass, something shattered within Harry. Magic flooded through him, raw, untamed, exhilarating. The wisps of smoke coming from his cuts changed from gray to brilliant gold. The runes around the chamber flared with light. Now! Bloodfang shouted. The 7 goblins thrust their instruments toward Harry. The drum boomed one final beat, the crystal shattered, the liquid in the bowl evaporated in a hiss of steam, the herb burst into white flame, the bell rang with a pure, clear note that seemed to hang in the air, the mirror reflected a blinding light, and the wooden box flew open, releasing a cascade of golden particles. Harry felt the magic surge within him, seeking an outlet. Unable to contain it, he threw his head back and screamed, not in pain now, but in release. A shockwave of pure magic exploded outward, knocking the goblins back several steps. When the light faded and the echoes died away, Harry stood in the center of the circle, breathing hard. The cuts had healed, leaving no marks. He felt different, lighter, stronger, more aware of his surroundings. Colors seemed brighter, sounds clearer, the very air charged with energy he could almost taste. The first part is complete, Bloodfang said, sounding impressed. The blocks on your magic have been removed. That was. Harry struggled to find words. Powerful, Bloodfang finished for him. More powerful than we expected. The blocks were extensive. I feel different, Harry said, looking at his hands in wonder. He could feel his magic now, a constant presence like a heartbeat. Your natural magic was bound to less than 20% of its capacity, Bloodfang explained. Now it flows freely. Will I be able to control it? Harry asked, noticing how the air around his fingers seemed to shimmer. With training, Blood Fong assured him. Now, let us continue with the mental and physical blocks. This part of the ritual was less dramatic but no less profound. Harry felt years of fog lifting from his mind, thoughts becoming sharper, memories more vivid. The compulsion spells that had made him passive and accepting of the Dursleys' treatment fell away like shackles. The blocks on his physical development broke, sending growth hormones surging through his system, not enough to make him suddenly taller, but starting a process of recovery from years of malnutrition. Finally, they addressed the soul fragment. This was the most complex part of the ritual, requiring additional goblins and a special obsidian container. This will hurt the most, Blood Fong warned. The fragment has been with you for years. It will not leave willingly. Harry swallowed hard but nodded. Do it. This time, the chanting took on a darker tone, the words seeming to scrape against Harry's ears. Blood Fong pressed a white-hot metal rod against Harry's scar. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, worse than anything Harry had experienced. It felt like something was being torn from inside his skull, clawing and fighting to stay attached. His scar split open, and instead of blood, a black, tar-like substance oozed out. Fight it, Harry Potter. Ragnok's voice came from somewhere beyond the circle. Push it out. It is not part of you. Harry focused all his will on rejecting the dark presence he could now feel lurking behind his scar. With his newly freed magic, he mentally pushed against it, imagining it being forced out of him. With a horrific screech that only Harry could hear, the black substance fully emerged from his scar. It hovered in the air for a moment, trying to form a shape, something with red eyes and a distorted, snake-like face, before the goblins directed it into the obsidian container, which sealed with a flash of blue light. Harry collapsed, utterly drained. His scar burned fiercely for a moment, then the pain vanished completely. For the first time in his life, his forehead felt cool and normal. It is done, Blood Fong announced, his voice weary but satisfied. All bindings are removed. The soul fragment is contained. Harry tried to stand but found his legs wouldn't support him. Griphook stepped forward and helped him to his feet. What was that thing in my scar? Harry asked, his voice hoarse. A fragment of the dark wizard who tried to kill you, Ragnok said, entering the circle. We suspected it from your blood test, but the reality was worse than we feared. It appears Voldemort, whether by accident or design, left a piece of his soul in your scar when his killing curse rebounded. Is it gone now? Harry asked anxiously. Yes, Ragnok assured him. Though the implications are troubling. Such soul fragments are called Horcruxes, the darkest of magic. If he created one, he may have created others. Harry didn't fully understand, but he knew enough to recognize this was serious. So he's not really dead. The wizard who killed my parents? It would seem not, Ragnok said grimly. But that is a concern for another day. For now, you need rest. Your body must adjust to these changes. As if on cue, Harry felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His legs buckled again, and this time, he didn't fight it as darkness claimed him. Harry woke in a comfortable bed in a room he didn't recognize. The walls were stone, but covered with tapestries depicting scenes of goblin history. A small fire crackled in a hearth, casting warm light across the chamber. Ah, you're awake, came Griphook's voice. Harry reached for his glasses on the bedside table and put them on. Griphook came into focus, sitting in a chair near the bed. How long was I out? Harry asked, his throat dry. 3 days, Griphook replied, handing him a cup of water. Your body needed time to adjust to the unblocking of your magic and the removal of the soul fragment. Harry drank greedily, suddenly aware of how hungry he was. As if reading his mind, Griphook gestured to a tray of food on a nearby table. Eat. We have much to discuss. The food was unlike anything Harry had eaten before, hearty stew with meat he couldn't identify, bread dense with seeds and nuts, fruits both familiar and strange. He ate cautiously at first, then with increasing enthusiasm as his empty stomach demanded more. "The war has begun," Griphook said as Harry ate. "While you recovered, Chief Ragnok has been busy." Harry paused, a piece of bread halfway to his mouth. "What's happening?" "First, we sealed all vaults belonging to Dumbledore or those we've identified as his closest associates. Then we sent formal notifications to the Ministry of Magic, outlining our grievances and declaring the limited war." "How did they respond?" Harry asked. "Chaos," Griphook said with obvious satisfaction. "The minister is in a panic. Half the Wizengamot is demanding action against us, while the other half wants an investigation into our claims. Dumbledore himself has gone suspiciously quiet." "What about the Dursleys?" "A team was dispatched to discuss matters with them," Griphook said delicately. "They have been informed that you will not be returning. The wards around their house, blood wards tied to your mother's sacrifice, have been transferred to a more suitable location." "Where will I live now?" Harry asked, the question that had been nagging at him since he woke. "For the time being, here," Griphook replied. "We've prepared quarters for you within Gringotts. Once your education has progressed sufficiently, we can discuss more permanent arrangements. The Potter family owns several properties that have been maintained in your absence." Harry tried to wrap his mind around the idea of owning multiple properties. "And my education?" "Will begin as soon as you're fully recovered. You'll learn goblin magic as well as wizard magic, history, politics, combat, everything you'll need to navigate both worlds." "Combat?" Harry echoed. Griphook's smile was fierce. "You are now under the protection of the Goblin Nation during a time of war, Mr. Potter. Of course you will learn to fight." Before Harry could respond, the door opened, and Ragnok entered, followed by a female goblin Harry hadn't met before. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok greeted him. "Good to see you awake. This is Healer Sharpstone. She would like to examine you now that the bindings have been removed." Healer Sharpstone stepped forward, her manner brisk but not unkind. "How do you feel, Mr. Potter? Any pain? Discomfort? Strange sensations?" "I feel good," Harry said, realizing it was true. "Better than I can remember feeling. Everything seems clearer somehow." Sharpstone nodded, producing what looked like a monocle made of crystal. She peered at Harry through it, making small noises of interest. "Your magical core is still settling," she observed. "Remarkable capacity for one so young. The physical blocks are gone, but you'll need nutrient potions to overcome years of malnutrition." "Will I always be small?" Harry asked, thinking of Dudley's taunts about his size. "With proper nutrition and these potions, you should reach your natural height," Sharpstone assured him. "Though it may take time." While the healer continued her examination, Ragnok pulled up a chair beside Harry's bed. "There have been developments," the chief said. "Our audit of your accounts revealed extensive theft. Dumbledore has been siphoning gold from your vaults for years, some to himself, some to an organization called the Order of the Phoenix, and some to the Dursleys." "The Dursleys were being paid to keep me?" Harry asked incredulously. "But they always complained about how much I cost them." 10,000 galleons per year, Ragnok confirmed. "Roughly £50,000 in Muggle currency." Harry's jaw dropped. The Dursleys had received a small fortune to look after him, yet they treated him like an unwanted burden, dressing him in Dudley's cast-offs and feeding him scraps. "We've frozen these payments, of course," Ragnok continued. "And we're in the process of reclaiming the stolen funds with interest." "Good," Harry said firmly. "Additionally, we've unsealed your parents' will. It explicitly stated you were never to be placed with Petunia Dursley. There was a list of guardians, starting with your godfather Sirius Black, then Alice and Frank Longbottom, then Minerva McGonagall, and finally, Amelia Bones. Dumbledore ignored all of these instructions." "Can anything be done about my godfather?" Harry asked. "You said he's in prison without a trial?" Ragnok's eyes gleamed. That is our next target. The declaration of war gives us certain leverage. We're demanding a proper trial for Sirius Black, with Veritaserum, truth potion. You think he's innocent? Harry asked hopefully. The will suggests so. It states that Peter Pettigrew was your parents' secret keeper, the only person who could reveal their location. Black was a decoy. Harry tried to take all this in. A godfather who might be innocent. Parents who had planned for his care. A headmaster who had deliberately ignored their wishes. There's one more thing, Ragnok said, his tone becoming even more serious. Your parents will mention a prophecy, one that concerned you and Voldemort. They didn't include the full text, but they referred to it as the reason they went into hiding. A prophecy? About me? Harry stared at Ragnok. What does it say? We don't know yet, Ragnok admitted. Prophecies in the wizarding world are stored in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. Only those named in a prophecy can retrieve it. Once you're ready, we'll need to find a way for you to access it. Healer Sharpstone finished her examination and stepped back. He's healing well. I'll prepare the nutrient potions. He should take them with each meal. After she left, Harry turned back to Ragnok. When can I start learning? About magic, my family, everything. Ragnok exchanged a look with Griphook, then nodded. Your eagerness does you credit, Mr. Potter. Rest today. Tomorrow, your education begins. The following weeks passed in a blur of activity. True to Ragnok's word, Harry's education began immediately. His days followed a structured routine: physical training in the morning, magical theory before lunch, practical magic in the afternoon, and history or politics in the evening. The physical training was grueling. Goblins were naturally stronger than their size suggested, and they expected Harry to push his limits daily. He ran through the lower tunnels of Gringotts, practiced basic combat forms, and built his endurance through exercises that left him exhausted. Wizards rely too much on magic, his combat instructor, a battle-scarred goblin named Irongrip, told him. They forget that a knife between the ribs works just as well as a spell, and can't be blocked by most magical shields. The magical theory was equally challenging but in different ways. Harry learned that the wand-waving magic of human wizards was only one approach to magical manipulation. Goblin magic is about intent and essence, explained Silvertouch, his theory instructor. We don't use wands to channel magic, we use will and connection to the earth's magic. Harry discovered he had an affinity for this type of magic, perhaps because his own magical core had been freed from constraints so recently. He learned to feel the magic around him, to draw it in and shape it with his thoughts. In practical sessions, he practiced both goblin and wizard magic. For the latter, he used a training wand, not matched to his magical signature like a proper wand would be, but sufficient for basic spells. You'll need a real wand eventually, Sharpclaw, his practical instructor, told him. But not yet. First, learn control. Your magic is strong but wild. This was certainly true. Harry's first attempts at spells often resulted in spectacular, if unintended, effects. A simple light charm produced a blast like a small sun. A levitation spell sent the target object crashing into the ceiling. You're trying to force the magic, Sharpclaw admonished. Guide it instead. Think of it as a river, you don't create the water, you merely direct its flow. History and politics were taught by Gornik, an elderly goblin with a surprisingly gentle manner. He walked Harry through wizarding history, goblin rebellions, the formation of the Ministry of Magic, and the rise and fall of various Dark Lords, including Voldemort. Your parents were brave fighters, Gornik told Harry one evening. Members of a group called the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore to oppose Voldemort. They defied him 3 times before going into hiding. If Dumbledore led the fight against Voldemort, why would he do all these things to me? Harry asked, confused. Gornik's expression darkened. That is the question, isn't it? The evidence suggests he has plans for you, plans that required you to be malleable, magically weakened, and ignorant of your heritage. What those plans might be, we can only speculate. Throughout these lessons, Harry's body began to change. The nutrient potions healer Sharpstone prescribed worked quickly, adding muscle to his scrawny frame and inches to his height. His senses sharpened, his reflexes improved, and his magical control grew steadily. By the end of the first month, Harry could perform basic wandless magic, lighting fires, moving objects, creating shields, and was making progress with wand spells as well. His physical training had advanced from basic exercises to actual combat drills, using wooden training weapons against goblin instructors. Meanwhile, the Goblin War against Dumbledore continued. The Daily Prophet, the wizarding newspaper delivered to Gringotts daily, reported on the ongoing conflict with varying degrees of accuracy. Goblin rebellion continues, Ministry at a loss. Dumbledore denies allegations of theft and treaty violations. Where is Harry Potter? Boy who lived missing from Muggle home. This last headline had caused particular consternation. Harry read the article with interest. The Ministry of Magic confirmed today that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, is no longer residing at his Muggle relative's home where he was placed after the defeat of you-know-who in 1981. Minister Fudge assured the public that all efforts are being made to locate the boy, but sources within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement suggest that the Goblins of Gringotts may be responsible for his disappearance. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts and until recently Mr. Potter's magical guardian, expressed grave concern for the boy's safety. Harry Potter must be returned to his relatives for his own protection, Dumbledore stated. The blood wards at his aunt's home are essential to his survival. The Goblins, who declared limited war against Dumbledore last month, have neither confirmed nor denied having custody of the boy who lived. They make it sound like you've kidnapped me, Harry remarked to Griphook over breakfast. That's Dumbledore's influence, Griphook replied. He controls much of the narrative in Wizarding Britain. But not for much longer. That afternoon, Ragnok called Harry to his office. The chief seemed particularly pleased about something. We've made progress on the Sirius Black situation, Ragnok announced. Our demand for a trial has gained support from several key members of the Wizengamot, including Amelia Bones, who heads the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That's great! Harry exclaimed. When will the trial happen? Within the week, if all goes as planned, Ragnok said. But there's something else. We believe it's time for you to venture into the wizarding world, carefully and under protection, of course. Harry's heart raced with excitement. Really? Where? Diagon Alley, Ragnok replied. The wizarding shopping district adjacent to Gringotts. You need a proper wand, and there are some individuals I'd like you to meet. When? Harry asked eagerly. Tomorrow. Griphook and a security detail will accompany you. Harry could hardly sleep that night, his mind buzzing with anticipation. The next morning, he dressed in new clothes provided by the Goblins, simple but well-made trousers, a button-up shirt, and a hooded cloak that would partially obscure his face. Griphook met him at the entrance to the tunnel that led to the main Gringotts building. With him were 4 goblin guards in polished armor, each carrying both magical and traditional weapons. Remember, Griphook instructed as they walked, stay close, speak little, and observe much. This will be many wizards' first glimpse of you in years. First impressions matter. Harry nodded, pulling his hood forward slightly. The scar on his forehead had faded to a thin, barely visible line after the ritual, but his appearance was still distinctive, especially to those looking for him. They emerged into the main hall of Gringotts, bustling with wizards conducting business. Heads turned as the unusual procession made its way across the marble floor, the hooded boy surrounded by armed goblin guards. Is that, couldn't be, look at the guards, something big is happening, the whispers followed them as they approached the main doors. Griphook paused, turning to Harry. Ready, Mr. Potter? Harry took a deep breath and nodded. Griphook pushed open the doors, and Harry stepped into Diagon Alley for the first time. The alley was a riot of color and sound, shops selling everything from cauldrons to owls, witches and wizards in robes of every hue, children pressing their noses against windows displaying racing brooms. Harry tried not to gawk, but it was difficult. This was his world, the world his parents had belonged to. Their first stop was Ollivander's, the wand shop. The storefront was narrow and shabby, with a single wand displayed on a faded purple cushion in the window. As they entered, a bell tinkled somewhere in the depths of the shop. An old man with wide, pale eyes appeared from between the towering shelves of wand boxes. He froze at the sight of the goblin guards, then his gaze settled on Harry. "I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter," he said softly. "Though I did not expect such distinguished escorts." "Mr. Ollivander," Griphook said formally. "Mr. Potter requires a wand. We understand you are the finest wandmaker in Britain." Ollivander's eyebrows rose slightly at the goblin's courteous tone. "Indeed. Well, let us begin." What followed was a strange process of trial and error. Ollivander measured Harry with a silver tape measure, then began presenting him with different wands to try. Each one produced some effect, knocking over shelves, shattering a vase, setting a desk on fire, but none felt right. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, seeming more excited with each failure. "Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match." Finally, with a thoughtful expression, Ollivander pulled down a dusty box from a high shelf. "I wonder, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." The moment Harry took the wand, he felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised it and brought it swishing down, sending a stream of red and gold sparks shooting from the end like a firework. Ollivander clapped his hands. "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, very good. But curious, very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry felt a chill. "Voldemort's wand?" Ollivander flinched at the name but nodded. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." As they left the shop, Harry felt both elated to have his wand and disturbed by its connection to Voldemort's. Griphook seemed to sense his discomfort. "A wand is just a tool, Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "It is the wizard who determines whether its magic serves light or darkness." Their next stop was Flourish and Blotts, the bookstore. Harry was amazed at the sheer variety of magical books, everything from basic spell books to advanced treatises on obscure branches of magic. "Get whatever interests you," Griphook told him. "Your education should be broad." Harry selected books on magical theory, defensive magic, potions, and wizarding culture and history. He also found a section containing books about himself, unauthorized biographies and children's stories featuring Harry Potter, the boy who lived, having ridiculous adventures. "These are all made up," he said, showing Griphook a book titled Harry Potter and the Dragon's Cave. Griphook sneered. "Wizards capitalizing on your fame. We should consider legal action." As they moved through the store, Harry noticed a girl about his age with bushy brown hair poring over a massive tome. She looked up as they passed, her eyes widening at the sight of the goblin guards. "Excuse me," she said hesitantly, addressing Griphook. "Are you really a goblin?" Griphook regarded her with surprise. Most wizards ignored goblins unless conducting business. "I am. I've read about goblins in Magical Races and Their Customs, but the book didn't have many details," the girl continued earnestly. "Is it true you can sense metal through solid rock? And that goblin-made artifacts absorb that which strengthens them?" Griphook's expression softened slightly. "Your book is partially correct. We can indeed sense precious metals, though it requires training. And yes, goblin-made items have special properties. The girl beamed. Fascinating. Oh, I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I just found out I'm a witch this year. My parents are dentists, that's like healers for teeth. A Muggleborn, Griphook observed. And an inquisitive one. Harry stepped forward, drawn by the girl's enthusiasm. I'm Harry, he said, deliberately not giving his last name. Hermione's eyes flicked to his forehead, where his scar was barely visible beneath his fringe, then back to his eyes. To his relief, she didn't comment on it. Are you starting Hogwarts this year too? She asked. I'm so excited. I've already read all the course books, of course, and memorized most of them. I just hope it's enough. Nobody in my family is magical at all, so I've got a lot to catch up on. I won't be attending Hogwarts this year, Harry said. I'm studying elsewhere. Hermione looked disappointed. Oh, that's too bad. It would have been nice to already know someone. Perhaps you'll meet again, Griphook said unexpectedly. The magical world is smaller than it appears, Miss Granger. They completed their purchases and bid Hermione goodbye. As they left the shop, Harry noticed she was watching them with curiosity. She seemed nice, Harry remarked. Different from what I expected wizards to be like. Muggleborns often approach our world with fewer prejudices, Griphook agreed. Though they usually adopt wizarding biases quickly enough. Their final stop was Magical Menagerie, a magical pet shop. Harry hadn't expected this. Every wizard should have a familiar, Griphook explained. An animal companion with whom they share a magical bond. It's traditional. The shop was cramped and noisy, filled with cages containing everything from ordinary cats and toads to more exotic creatures like mini fire crabs and poisonous orange snails. Harry moved slowly through the aisles, waiting for something to catch his attention. In the back corner, a snake tank held a beautiful emerald green serpent with unusual markings. Harry found himself drawn to it. Hello, he said softly, not really expecting a response. To his shock, the snake raised its head and replied, a speaker. How interesting. Harry stumbled back in surprise. You can talk. The snake seemed equally surprised. You can understand me. Most humans just make noise. Griphook was at Harry's side instantly. Mr. Potter, are you speaking Parseltongue? Parcel what? Harry asked, confused. The language of snakes, Griphook explained, looking troubled. It's extremely rare. Salazar Slytherin was famous for it, as was Voldemort. Harry's stomach dropped. Is it a dark ability? Griphook considered this. Magic itself is neither dark nor light, only its application matters. But Parseltongue has negative associations in Britain. In other cultures, snake speakers are revered as healers and wise ones. Harry looked back at the snake, which was watching him with intelligent eyes. What kind of snake is it? A magical variety of emerald tree boa, the shopkeeper said, approaching them. Highly intelligent, moderately venomous but not lethal to humans. Makes a good familiar for the right witch or wizard. Harry made a decision. I'll take it. The shopkeeper looked surprised but pleased. Excellent choice. He's been here for months. No one wanted him. Does he have a name? Harry asked. That's for you to decide, the shopkeeper replied. A familiar's name is given by their bonded human. Harry looked at the snake. Would you like to come with me? Be my familiar? Yes, the snake replied. You are interesting, speaker. I will accompany you. After purchasing the snake and supplies for its care, they headed back to Gringotts. Their excursion had attracted attention, and a small crowd had gathered outside the bank, whispering and pointing. Word has spread, Griphook muttered. Time to go. As they hurried up the bank steps, Harry heard his name being called. A woman with a camera pushed through the crowd. Harry Potter. Is it true the goblins have kidnapped you? Are you being held against your will? Before Harry could respond, one of the goblin guards stepped between them. Mr. Potter is under the protection of the Goblin Nation. He has no comment. The doors of Gringotts closed behind them, shutting out the growing commotion. Ragnok was waiting in the main hall, looking grim. Your presence has been noted, he said. Dumbledore is already on his way, demanding to see you. Harry clutched his new wand. What do we do? Ragnok's expression hardened. We stand our ground. You are under our protection by your own request. Dumbledore has no authority here. They retreated to Ragnok's office to wait. Harry's new familiar, whom he had decided to name Emerald, coiled around his arm, offering silent support. Within the hour, the doors to Ragnok's office burst open, and Albus Dumbledore swept in. Harry got his first look at the man responsible for so much misery in his life, tall and thin, with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and robes spangled with stars. Despite his grandfatherly appearance, the air around him crackled with power. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling. I've been so worried. You must return to your aunt and uncle immediately. It's not safe for you here. Harry stared at the man, feeling a surge of anger. This was the wizard who had bound his magic, stolen his inheritance, and left him with the Dursleys. No, he said firmly. I know what you did to me. I'm not going anywhere with you. Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed slightly. I'm afraid you don't understand the complexities of the situation, Harry. The blood wards at your relative's home are essential to your protection. The blood wards that you tied to his mother's sacrifice. Ragnok interjected coldly. The same wards we've now transferred to a more suitable location. Those blood wards, Dumbledore. Dumbledore's genial mask slipped for a moment, revealing shock and anger. You had no right, we had every right, Ragnok countered. As the victim of your treaty violations, Mr. Potter requested our protection and assistance. We found multiple illegal bindings on his magic, a soul fragment in his scar which you must have known about, and evidence of systematic theft from his vaults. Everything I did was for the greater good, Dumbledore insisted. Harry has a destiny you manipulated, Harry interrupted, surprising himself with his boldness. You ignored my parents' will. You left me with people who hated me. You stole from me and bound my magic. Dumbledore's expression grew stern. You are too young to understand, he understands enough, came a new voice from the doorway. A stern-looking witch with her hair in a tight bun stood there, flanked by a square-jawed witch with a monocle and a tall black man with a gold earring. Minerva, Dumbledore acknowledged, looking displeased. Amelia, Kingsley. This is a private matter. Not anymore, said the witch with the monocle, Amelia Bones, Harry realized. The Wizengamot has convened an emergency session to address the Goblin War Declaration and the allegations against you. Your presence is required. And I, said Minerva McGonagall, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced with anger, want to know why you told me Harry Potter was being well cared for when he clearly wasn't. I told you those were the worst sort of muggles, Albus. Dumbledore drew himself up. As Supreme Mugwump and Chief Warlock, those titles are temporarily suspended pending investigation, Amelia Bones interrupted. The evidence presented by the goblins is too serious to ignore. Dumbledore's eyes darted to Harry, then back to the witches. Very well. I shall attend the Wizengamot session. But remember, there are forces at work beyond your understanding. Harry Potter must return to his relatives for his own safety. Mr. Potter will remain under Goblin protection until the Wizengamot rules otherwise, Ragnok stated firmly. Those are the terms of our limited war declaration. After Dumbledore left, escorted by Kingsley Shacklebolt, McGonagall approached Harry cautiously. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice softer now. I was a friend of your parents. I want you to know I had no idea of Albus's actions. Had I known what those muggles were doing to you? You were named as a potential guardian in the Potter's will, Ragnok informed her. A will that Dumbledore sealed. McGonagall's lips thinned in anger. I see. Mr. Potter, Harry, I hope you'll allow me to make up for my failure to check on you properly. Harry studied her, sensing genuine remorse. You really didn't know? I suspected the Dursleys were unsuitable, she admitted. But Albus assured us the wards would keep you safe, and that you were happy. I should have verified for myself. Harry nodded slowly. I'd like to know more about my parents. If you were their friend. It would be my honor, McGonagall said, a rare smile softening her features. Once this mess with the Wizengamot is sorted out. After the witches left, Harry turned to Ragnok. What happens now? Now, said the Goblin Chief, we prepare for the next phase of our war. The Wizengamot session will be crucial. They'll likely demand your appearance to verify our claims. Will I have to go? Harry asked, nervous at the thought of facing a room full of wizards. Yes, but on our terms, Ragnok assured him. And you won't be alone. The time has come for Harry Potter to re-enter the wizarding world, not as a pawn in Dumbledore's game, but as a warrior under Goblin protection. Harry straightened his shoulders, feeling the weight of Ragnok's words. I'm ready. Ragnok's fierce smile showed all his teeth. Good. Because the real battle is just beginning. Chapter 2, Shadows and Strategy. 3 years could change a lot. Harry ducked under a battle-axe swing and rolled across the stone floor, coming up with his own goblin-forged dagger in hand. Sweat dripped into his eyes as he faced his opponent. You're getting slow, Rockbiter, Harry taunted, a grin spreading across his face. The goblin warrior grunted. And you're getting cocky, Potter. Harry feinted left, then spun right, his blade flashing in the torchlight of the training chamber. Rockbiter blocked the strike with his bracer but missed Harry's foot sweeping toward his ankles. The goblin went down hard. Before Rockbiter could recover, Harry had his dagger at the warrior's throat. Yield. I yield, Rockbiter said, his gravelly voice carrying a note of pride despite the defeat. Though I maintain you cheated with that little wandless cushioning charm I felt. Harry helped his instructor up. You always say to use every advantage in a real fight. So I do. Rockbiter clapped Harry on the shoulder. 9 years old and already beating warriors with decades of experience. Chief Ragnok will be pleased with your progress. Harry wiped his brow with a towel. 3 years of goblin training had transformed him from the scrawny, malnourished boy who'd stumbled into Gringotts. He stood taller now, his body lean but strong, his movements precise and economical. The nutrient potions and proper food had done their work, though healer Sharpstone said he'd always be on the smaller side, an advantage in goblin-style fighting, which favored speed and precision over brute force. Is it true I'm joining the raid tonight? Harry asked, trying to sound casual despite his excitement. Rockbiter's expression grew serious. Yes. Chief Ragnok believes you're ready for field experience, and this target is, personally significant to you. Harry's pulse quickened. Which property is it? Dumbledore's family home in Godric's Hollow, Rockbiter replied. Intelligence suggests he's hidden items there related to his plans for you. The mention of Dumbledore still sparked anger in Harry, but it was a controlled burn now, not the wildfire it had been when he first learned of the old wizard's betrayals. 3 years of goblin mental discipline had taught him to harness his emotions, to use them as fuel rather than allowing them to consume him. When do we leave? After the strategy briefing at sundown. Rockbiter gathered his weapons. Don't be late. Harry nodded and headed toward the bathing chambers. As he walked through the underground corridors of the Goblin Sanctuary, he greeted the warriors and crafters he passed. After 3 years, he was no longer a novelty but an accepted, if unusual, member of the community. The war with Dumbledore had settled into a kind of stalemate. The initial shock of the Goblin Declaration had thrown Wizarding Britain into chaos. The Wizengamot hearings had been explosive, with Harry's testimony, given under Goblin protection and magical oath, revealing the extent of Dumbledore's manipulations. Dumbledore had been stripped of his positions as Supreme Mugwump and Chief Warlock but had somehow maintained his role as Hogwarts headmaster, claiming that the school's magic itself had chosen him and could not be overridden. The Daily Prophet had run endless stories, public opinion had fractured, and the Ministry had tried ineffectually to mediate. Through it all, the Goblins had maintained their limited war footing, freezing vaults, reclaiming stolen assets, and conducting strategic raids on properties connected to Dumbledore and his closest allies. The biggest victory had been Sirius Black's trial. With Veritaserum testimony and Goblin-provided evidence, Black had been exonerated of all charges related to the Potters' deaths and Peter Pettigrew's alleged murder. Pettigrew himself remained at large, having been revealed as the true traitor and a Death Eater. Harry's thoughts drifted to his godfather as he showered. Sirius was still recovering at a secure goblin healing facility in Switzerland. Azkaban had left him physically weakened and mentally fragile. The mind healers reported progress, but it would be months, maybe years, before he fully recovered. They communicated through letters for now, building a relationship one page at a time. After bathing and changing into fresh clothes, a blend of goblin battle gear and wizard robes that had become his typical attire, Harry made his way to his private quarters. The room had evolved over the years from a simple sleeping chamber to a personalized space that reflected his developing identity. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with texts on magic, strategy, and history. A weapons rack held his training gear. His familiar, Emerald, had a heated rock near the fireplace where he currently lounged. Going on the raid tonight, Harry told the snake as he settled into a chair. Emerald raised his head lazily. About time they let you fight for real. You've been complaining about simulations for months. Harry smiled. His Parseltongue ability had initially disturbed him given its association with Voldemort, but Ragnok had encouraged him to view it as a tool rather than a taint. Knowledge of snake language has proven tactically advantageous throughout history, the chief had said. Only British wizards view it with suspicion. I should practice before the briefing, Harry decided, pulling a leather-bound journal from his desk. The journal was a gift from Silvertouch, his magical theory instructor, on his 8th birthday. It was enchanted to respond to Parseltongue, recording the language for study. Harry had spent countless hours with it, refining his control of the ability. What do you think of wandless shielding in combat? Harry asked in Parseltongue, the sibilant sounds flowing naturally now. The journal's pages rippled, then words appeared in glowing green script. Wandless shielding consumes significant magical energy but offers tactical surprise. Recommend for defensive emergencies rather than primary strategy. But what about partial shielding? Just enough to deflect a blade or absorb part of a spell. Harry pressed. Localized shielding requires precise magical control. More efficient than full shields. Your core strength should support this technique with practice. Harry nodded, satisfied. The journal combined goblin combat knowledge with the natural wisdom of serpents, creating a unique magical consultant that had proven invaluable to his education. A chime echoed through his quarters, the signal for the strategy briefing. Harry closed the journal and stood, a flutter of anticipation in his stomach. His first real mission was about to begin. The strategy chamber was carved from natural bedrock, with a large table of polished obsidian at its center. A three-dimensional map of Godric's Hollow hovered above the table, magical lights indicating key locations. Chief Ragnok stood at the head of the table, flanked by his war council, senior warriors and strategists who had been directing the campaign against Dumbledore. Harry took his place among the raid team, nodding to Griphook, who had become something of a mentor to him over the years. Tonight's operation has two objectives, Ragnok began without preamble. First, to recover any documents or artifacts Dumbledore has hidden at his family property that relate to Harry Potter or the Potter estate. Second, to secure evidence of Dumbledore's connection to Gellert Grindelwald. This second objective was news to Harry. He knew of Grindelwald, of course, the dark wizard Dumbledore had famously defeated in 1945, but not of any connection between them beyond that confrontation. Our intelligence suggests Dumbledore and Grindelwald were more than enemies, Ragnok continued, as if sensing Harry's confusion. They were friends in their youth, possibly more. They shared ideologies about wizard supremacy and the subjugation of Muggles, ideologies that Dumbledore publicly rejected later but may still influence his actions. Harry processed this, thinking of Dumbledore's repeated insistence that everything he'd done was for the greater good. According to his goblin instructors, that exact phrase had been Grindelwald's motto during his reign of terror. The property is warded, but not as heavily as Hogwarts or his other residences, a goblin strategist explained, expanding the map to show magical overlay of the defenses. We've identified 3 entry points with weaker protections. Team 1 will create a diversion here, at the front wards. Team 2 will breach from the rear. Team 3, including Potter, will enter through an old tunnel we discovered beneath the property. Harry studied the tunnel's route carefully. It appeared to lead directly into the house's cellar. What resistance should we expect? Griphook asked. Minimal human presence, the strategist replied. Dumbledore rarely visits this property. There may be house elves or magical guardians, constructs or enchanted objects designed to defend the location. Rockbiter, who would be leading Team 3, turned to Harry. Remember your training. Stay close, follow orders, and if I tell you to retreat, you do so immediately. This is your first field operation, not a time for heroics. I understand, Harry said seriously. The briefing continued with specific tactical assignments. Harry would be responsible for identifying any items related to him or his parents, using a special crystal the goblins had attuned to his magical signature. He would also serve as the team's scout, his human magic less likely to trigger certain types of wizard wards. As the briefing concluded, Ragnok addressed Harry directly. This mission marks a significant step in your training, Harry Potter. You've earned your place on this team through dedication and skill. However, the chief's eyes narrowed slightly. Remember that you are still under the protection of the Goblin Nation. Your safety remains our priority. Harry recognized the concern beneath Ragnok's stern tone. Over the years, the Goblin Chief had become something of a father figure to him, demanding but fair, pushing him to excel while ensuring he developed properly. I won't let you down, Chief Ragnok, Harry promised. Ragnok nodded once, then turned to the assembled teams. You move out in 1 hour. May your gold flow and your enemies fall. The traditional goblin blessing was returned in unison, may our blade stay sharp and our honor remain untarnished. As the teams dispersed to make final preparations, Griphook pulled Harry aside. There's something you should know before tonight, the goblin said quietly. We've received intelligence that Dumbledore has been searching for a particular artifact, a stone said to be one of the Deathly Hallows. The Resurrection Stone? Harry asked, recalling the legend from his studies. Yes. Legend claims it can recall shades of the dead. If Dumbledore believes this story, he may seek to use it as part of his plans for you. Be especially alert for any references to the Hallows or unusual stones among his possessions. Harry nodded, filing this information away. The more he learned about Dumbledore's machinations, the more complex the old wizard's web appeared to be. An hour later, Harry stood with Team 3 at the entrance to a narrow tunnel beneath Godric's Hollow. He wore lightweight battle gear, dragonhide vest over a matte black outfit designed for stealth, with his wand holstered at his wrist and his goblin dagger at his hip. A communication stone hung from a chain around his neck, enchanted to vibrate with coded messages from the other teams. Remember, Rockbiter said as they prepared to enter, we move silently, we take only what the mission requires, and we leave no trace of our presence if possible. Ready? Harry took a deep breath and nodded. This was what he'd been training for. This was his chance to strike back directly at the man who had manipulated his life. Let's go. The tunnel was older than Harry had expected, with roots breaking through the earthen walls and the musty smell of centuries. He led the way, using a muted Lumos charm that illuminated only a few feet ahead, reducing the chance of detection. His communication stone vibrated against his chest, Team 1 had begun their diversion. Distant alarm bells confirmed it, the front wards had been triggered. "Move faster," Rockbiter whispered from behind. "We need to use the distraction." Harry picked up the pace, navigating the twisting passage until they reached a brick wall that looked newer than its surroundings. He pressed his palm against it, sending tendrils of magic to search for traps or wards. "Detection spell," he murmured. "Passive, not alarm-based." The goblin cursebreaker in their team stepped forward. "Standard Dumbledore pattern. He likes layered wards with subtle triggers." With practiced movements, he traced runes in the air, gradually unraveling the spell. When the last ward fell, the brick wall shimmered and became transparent, revealing a cellar beyond. Harry slipped through first, his senses alert for any sign of magical defenses. The cellar was extensive, filled with shelves of books, strange artifacts, and numerous locked cabinets. Dust covered most surfaces, suggesting infrequent visits. "Begin the search," Rockbiter ordered quietly. "Potter, use the crystal." Harry removed the detection crystal from his pocket. It was keyed to identify any object with a magical connection to him or his parents. As he moved through the cellar, the crystal remained dark. "Nothing here," he reported after a thorough sweep. "Upstairs, then," Rockbiter decided. "Silencing charms on your boots." They moved up the narrow staircase to the main floor of the house. Unlike the cellar, this level showed signs of occasional use, less dust, fresher preservation charms on the furniture. They split into pairs to cover more ground, with Harry partnered with Griphook. In what appeared to be a study, Harry's crystal finally glowed, pointing toward a locked drawer in an ornate desk. Griphook examined it for traps while Harry kept watch. "Multiple locking charms and a nasty curse if forced," Griphook muttered. "Stand back." The goblin worked methodically, countering each protection with precise movements. When the final lock clicked open, the drawer slid out smoothly. Inside lay a stack of letters bound with a faded ribbon, a small leather pouch, and a journal with the initials APWBD tooled into its cover. Harry's crystal pulsed brightly over the letters. He carefully untied the ribbon and examined the top envelope. His breath caught. It was addressed to Dumbledore, in handwriting he somehow knew was his mother's. "Letters from my mother to Dumbledore," he whispered. Griphook nodded grimly. "Take them." "And the journal, that could be valuable intelligence." As Harry reached for the items, his communication stone vibrated with an urgent pattern, immediate withdrawal. Something had gone wrong. "Team 2's been discovered," Griphook hissed. House Elf alerted Dumbledore. "He's on his way." Harry quickly gathered the letters and journal, placing them in his enchanted pouch. As an afterthought, he grabbed the leather bag as well. His crystal had dimmed but still showed a faint glow when near it. They hurried to rejoin Rockbiter, who was already directing their retreat. "Back to the tunnel," the warrior ordered. "Team 1 is maintaining the diversion, but we have minutes at most." They had nearly reached the cellar when a crack of apparition sounded from outside. Harry felt a surge of powerful magic wash over the house, wards being reinforced, escape routes being sealed. "He's here," Harry said unnecessarily, his heart pounding. Rockbiter cursed in gobbledygook. "The tunnel may be compromised. We need an alternative exit." Harry closed his eyes briefly, extending his magical senses as he'd been taught. "The wards are strongest at ground level. They're weaker, above us." "The roof?" Griphook asked skeptically. "It's our best option," Harry insisted. "I can create a distraction while you get the team out." Rockbiter's eyes narrowed. "What kind of distraction?" Harry allowed himself a small smile. "Something Dumbledore won't expect." Before the goblin could object, the front door blasted open. Albus Dumbledore stood in the entrance, his power radiating like heat from a furnace, his usually twinkling eyes hard as diamonds. "Intruders in my home," he said, his voice deceptively soft. "How disappointing." Harry stepped forward, pulling his hood lower to shadow his face. Team 3, execute plan Skybreak, he called in gobbledygook, a code they'd established during planning for emergency extractions. The goblins hesitated for only a moment before moving into position, forming a tight group behind Harry. Dumbledore raised his wand. You will surrender what you have taken and submit to ministry questioning. I don't think so, Harry replied, letting his hood fall back. Dumbledore's composure slipped for a moment, genuine shock crossing his features. Harry? Harry didn't waste the advantage of surprise. He thrust his hands forward, channeling magic through both his wand and his wandless abilities simultaneously, a technique he'd been perfecting for months. Fulgur Maxima, he shouted, combining the lightning spell with a wandless pulse of raw magical energy. The resulting blast was more spectacular than even he had anticipated. Blue-white lightning erupted from his wand, while a concussive wave of magic shattered the windows and sent furniture flying. Dumbledore, caught off guard by Harry's presence, barely managed to raise a shield in time. The force still pushed him back several feet, his robes smoking slightly. Now! Harry yelled to the goblin team. Rockbiter activated a goblin artifact, a spherical device that glowed blue before exploding into a dense cloud of impenetrable mist. Under its cover, the team executed their escape plan, using grappling hooks enhanced with goblin magic to scale to the second floor. Harry maintained his assault, forcing Dumbledore to focus on defense rather than pursuit. The headmaster's eyes never left Harry's face, a mixture of emotions playing across his aged features, shock, concern, and something that might have been regret. Harry, you don't understand what you're doing, Dumbledore called through his shield. The people you're with, they're using you. Like you did. Harry shot back, sending another burst of magic toward the ceiling, bringing down plaster and wooden beams to further block Dumbledore's path. Everything I did was to protect you, Dumbledore insisted. There are things you don't know, dangers you can't comprehend. Save it for someone who still believes your lies, Harry spat. His communication stone vibrated, the team had reached the roof and secured their escape route. Harry began backing toward the stairs, maintaining his magical barrage. Dumbledore's shield shimmered as he prepared to counterattack. Harry, please. Come with me. Let me explain, 3 years too late, Harry cut him off. With a final wandless push, he sent a bookcase crashing down and turned to sprint up the stairs. He could feel Dumbledore's magic chasing him, trying to subdue rather than harm. The old wizard was still pulling his punches, still trying to capture rather than confront. Harry used that hesitation to his advantage, zigzagging as he ran to make himself a harder target. On the roof, Griphook waited with a portkey, a goblin-made device that could pierce most anti-portkey wards. The rest of the team had already evacuated. Hurry! Griphook urged. Harry dove for the portkey just as Dumbledore emerged onto the roof, his wand raised. Their eyes met for a brief moment across the moonlit space, electric blue meeting determined green. This isn't over, Harry, Dumbledore called. You're right about that, Harry replied as the portkey activated, whisking him and Griphook away in a swirl of magic. They landed in a secure arrival chamber deep within Gringotts, Harry's knees buckling slightly from the intensity of their escape. Ragnok was waiting, his expression stern but his eyes showing relief. Report, he demanded. Mission partially successful, Griphook replied formally. We recovered documents relating to Potter and potentially to Grindelwald. We were discovered earlier than anticipated. Dumbledore himself responded, Harry added, still catching his breath. But we got out clean. Ragnok studied Harry's face. And you revealed yourself to him. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. It was necessary for the distraction. And I wanted him to know. To know what? Ragnok asked. Harry straightened, a fierce determination in his eyes. That I'm not his weapon anymore. That I'm fighting back. Ragnok considered this, then nodded slowly. The strategic advantage of surprise was lost, but perhaps the psychological impact of your confrontation will prove valuable. He extended his hand. The recovered items. Harry handed over the pouch containing the letters, journal, and mysterious leather bag. Ragnok examined each briefly. These will be analyzed immediately, he decided. Potter, report to Healer Sharpstone for assessment, then join me in my office for debriefing. As Harry turned to go, Ragnok added, your performance tonight, based on Rockbiter's preliminary report, was impressive. Your training has borne fruit. Coming from the Goblin Chief, this was high praise indeed. Harry couldn't suppress a small smile as he headed for the healing chambers. His first mission had been successful, and he'd faced Dumbledore directly. The old wizard had seen that Harry was no longer a pawn to be manipulated. That alone made any risks worthwhile. The following days were a whirlwind of activity. The items recovered from Dumbledore's home proved to be treasures of information. Lily Potter's letters revealed that she had been researching ancient protection magic in the months before her death, seeking ways to shield her son from Voldemort. More disturbingly, they hinted that Dumbledore had known about the prophecy long before the Potters were targeted, perhaps even before Harry was born. Dumbledore's journal, while written in a complex cipher that the Goblin codebreakers were still working to fully crack, contained references to the greater good and plans spanning decades. Several entries mentioned Harry specifically, referring to him as the final piece and Ariana's redemption, cryptic phrases that made little sense without context. The leather pouch had contained a rough black stone with an unusual symbol etched into its surface. When Griphook saw it, he'd immediately called for Ragnok. The resurrection stone, the Goblin Chief had confirmed after careful examination. One of the Deathly Hallows. A powerful necromantic artifact. Harry had stared at the innocuous-looking stone. Why would Dumbledore have this? And what does it have to do with me? That, Ragnok had said grimly, is what we must determine. The stone had been secured in the deepest Gringotts vault, wrapped in protective enchantments to prevent its use. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that it represented yet another layer of Dumbledore's mysterious plans for him. A week after the raid, Harry was summoned to Ragnok's office. He found the Goblin Chief in conversation with a severe-looking elderly witch who straightened when Harry entered. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice quavering slightly. At last we meet properly. I am Augusta Longbottom. Harry recognized the name immediately. The Longbottoms had been friends of his parents and were on the list of potential guardians in their will. Madam Longbottom, he greeted her with a respectful bow, as goblin etiquette demanded when meeting an elder of another race. It's an honor. Augusta Longbottom studied him with sharp eyes. You have your father's look about you, but those eyes, pure lily. She turned to Ragnok. You've done well with him. He carries himself like a young lord should. Ragnok inclined his head at the compliment. Madam Longbottom has come to us with a concerning discovery, Harry. It appears you were not the only child Dumbledore interfered with. Harry's eyes widened. Your grandson? Neville? Augusta nodded grimly. After news of your situation became public, I began to have doubts. Neville has always struggled with his magic, despite being born to two exceptionally powerful aurors. The goblins kindly agreed to test him. We found similar bindings, Ragnok explained. Not as extensive as yours, but significant nonetheless. Blocks on his magical core, memory modifications, and compulsion charms to undermine his confidence. Harry felt a surge of anger on behalf of this boy he'd never met. Has Dumbledore been targeting all children of prophecy? Augusta raised an eyebrow. You know about the prophecy? Parts of it, Harry admitted. My parents will mention it, and we've pieced together more from the documents we recovered. I know it could have referred to either me or Neville, and that Voldemort chose me. Yes, Augusta said heavily. And while your parents were killed, my son and his wife were tortured into insanity by Voldemort's followers. They reside permanently in St. Mungo's hospital. Neville visits them, though they don't recognize him. Harry hadn't known this part of the story. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "The question," Ragnok interjected, "is why Dumbledore would place bindings on young Longbottom as well. If the prophecy settled on Harry. Perhaps he wanted a backup," Augusta suggested bitterly. "Or perhaps he feared having two powerful young wizards outside his control." "Have the bindings been removed?" Harry asked. Augusta nodded. 3 days ago. The change in Neville has been remarkable. His magic has stabilized, his confidence is growing by the hour, and he's remembering things, visits from Dumbledore when he was very young, whispered conversations, strange sensations of magic. Harry turned to Ragnok. "You think Dumbledore's plans involve Neville too?" "I think," Ragnok said carefully, "that Dumbledore's plans are more extensive than we initially believed. He has been moving pieces on this chessboard for decades." Augusta straightened her spine. "Which is why I've come today. The House of Longbottom wishes to formally ally itself with the Goblin Nation in this conflict." Ragnok's eyebrows rose. "That is a significant step, Madame Longbottom. The wizarding world may not look kindly upon such an alliance." "The wizarding world," Augusta said dryly, "has been following Dumbledore like sheep for 50 years. It's time someone challenged him, and it seems the goblins are the only ones with the courage to do so." Ragnok looked pleased at this assessment. "Very well. We accept your alliance." He turned to Harry. "Perhaps it would be beneficial for you to meet young Longbottom. As fellow targets of Dumbledore's manipulations, you might have much to discuss." Harry nodded eagerly. The prospect of meeting someone his own age who had experienced similar interference was appealing. While he had goblin friends among the younger warriors in training, there was a cultural gap that could never quite be bridged. "I'd like that," he said. Augusta smiled for the first time since Harry had entered. "Excellent. Neville could use a friend who understands. He's a shy boy by nature, made worse by Dumbledore's compulsions. I've brought him with me today, he's waiting in the antechamber, if you'd like to meet him now." At Ragnok's nod of approval, Harry followed Augusta out to the antechamber. A round-faced boy with sandy hair sat nervously on a bench, looking distinctly out of place among the goblin artifacts and martial decorations. "Neville," Augusta called. "Come meet Harry Potter." Neville stood quickly, nearly tripping over his own feet. His eyes widened as he took in Harry's appearance, the blend of wizard and goblin clothing, the confidence in his stance, the faint lightning bolt scar still visible on his forehead. Hello," he stammered, offering his hand. Harry took it firmly. "Hello, Neville. I hear we have something in common." "You mean besides being born a day apart and both losing our parents to you-know-who?" Neville asked with unexpected directness. Harry grinned. "Besides that, yes. Dumbledore's special attention." Something flickered in Neville's eyes, anger, perhaps, or determination. "Gran told me what he did to both of us. I still can't believe it." "Believe it," Harry said. "I've spent 3 years learning just how far his manipulations extend. But we're fighting back now. Is it true you live with the goblins?" Neville asked, curiosity overcoming his shyness. "And that you fought Dumbledore face to face last week?" Harry nodded. "Both true. Want me to show you around Gringotts? The part's open to visitors, at least." Neville's face lit up. "Could I? Gran never lets me wander when we come to Diagon Alley." Augusta huffed. "With good reason. But in this case," she glanced at Harry appraisingly, "I believe you'll be in capable hands. Don't go beyond the public areas without a goblin escort, mind you." As the boys left, Harry couldn't help noticing the way Neville walked, slightly hunched, as if trying to make himself smaller. Another effect of Dumbledore's compulsions, perhaps. Harry recognized the posture from his own early days with the Dursleys. "So what's it like?" Neville asked as they descended the marble staircase to the main hall. "Living with goblins?" "Different," Harry replied honestly. Challenging. They don't coddle you or sugarcoat things. But they're fair, and they respect strength and honor above all else. They've taught you magic. Neville sounded envious. Goblin magic and wizard magic, Harry confirmed. Different approaches to the same energy. Goblin magic is more about intent and will, less about precise wand movements and incantations. He demonstrated by holding out his palm and forming a small ball of blue fire that danced across his fingertips. No wand, no words, just intent focused through will. Neville watched, fascinated. Could I learn that? Probably. Now that your core is unblocked, you should have the capacity for all kinds of magic. Harry extinguished the flame. What are you interested in? Magical subjects, I mean. Herbology, Neville answered immediately, then blushed as if expecting ridicule. That's brilliant, Harry said sincerely. Goblin apothecaries are always looking for better plant sources for their potions. Did you know they grow specialized fungi deep in the lower caverns that can heal almost any wound? As they toured the public areas of the bank, Harry found himself enjoying Neville's company. The other boy was knowledgeable about plants to a degree that impressed even the goblin guards at the subterranean greenhouse entrance. When Neville shyly offered suggestions for improving the growth conditions of a particularly difficult medicinal fungi, the greenhouse keeper actually invited him back for a proper consultation. You've made an impression, Harry told him as they made their way back to Ragnok's office. That doesn't happen often with goblins. Neville smiled, standing a bit straighter than he had before. Thanks for showing me around. It's nothing like what I imagined. Most wizards never see beyond the counters, Harry said. They don't bother to learn about goblin culture or capabilities. It's their loss. When they returned to the office, they found Augusta and Ragnok concluding what appeared to be formal negotiations, a contract spread between them. Ah, there you are, Augusta said. Just in time. We were discussing the possibility of Neville joining you for certain training sessions. Nothing as intensive as your program, of course, but enough to help him develop his newly unbound abilities. Neville looked both terrified and excited at the prospect. An excellent idea, Ragnok agreed. Potter could benefit from a wizard training partner closer to his own age and magical background. And so began an unexpected friendship. 3 times a week, Neville would arrive via a secure flu connection for training sessions with Harry and selected goblin instructors. The shy boy gradually emerged from his shell as his confidence grew alongside his magical abilities. Harry, for his part, discovered that teaching someone else improved his own understanding of magic. Explaining concepts to Neville forced him to articulate principles he had internalized through goblin training. It's like the magic wants to help, Neville said one day as they practiced a wand shielding charm. Before, it felt like pushing through mud. Now it flows. Harry nodded in understanding. That's how it felt when they removed my bindings too. Like breathing properly for the first time. Beyond the training, Harry found himself with a true friend, someone who understood the weight of prophecy and the betrayal of Dumbledore's manipulations. They shared stories of their childhoods, Harry's abuse at the Dursleys, Neville's constant comparison to his heroic parents by relatives who thought him nearly a squib. Sometimes I wonder what our lives would have been like if Voldemort had chosen differently, Neville confessed one evening after a particularly grueling training session. If he'd come after me instead of you. Harry considered this. I've thought about that too. But I think Dumbledore would have interfered either way. He had plans for both of us. What do you think those plans were? Neville asked. Because I don't think he's given up, has he? No, Harry agreed grimly. The Goblins' intelligence reports suggest he's regrouping, adapting his strategy. As for his original plans. He hesitated, then decided Neville deserved to know. The prophecy talks about the one with the power to vanquish Voldemort. I think Dumbledore was grooming me to face him again, but on Dumbledore's terms, under his control. You think you know who is coming back? Neville asked, his voice dropping to a whisper despite their private location. I know he is, Harry said firmly. The soul fragment in my scar proved he's not truly dead. The goblins think he created multiple Horcruxes, containers for pieces of his soul. That's why he didn't die when the killing curse rebounded. Neville paled but set his jaw determinedly. Then we need to be ready. Both of us. Harry smiled at his friend's courage. We will be. Summer gave way to autumn, and with it came a development Harry had been anticipating with mixed feelings, his Hogwarts letter. The heavy parchment envelope arrived during breakfast one morning, delivered by a standard Hogwarts owl to Gringotts' public mail reception area. The goblin mail clerk had been instructed to watch for such a delivery and brought it directly to Harry. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry read the letter twice before handing it to Ragnok, who had joined him for breakfast as had become their custom on reflection days, what humans would call Sundays. So it begins, the Goblin Chief said after reading it. We knew this day would come. Indeed they had. The question of Harry's formal education had been a topic of strategy sessions for months. While the Goblin training was exceptional for combat, magical theory, and certain specialized branches of magic, a traditional wizarding education would be necessary if Harry was to take his place in that world eventually. More importantly, Hogwarts represented a strategic opportunity. As Silvertouch had pointed out, having our warrior inside the castle, close to Dumbledore, will provide intelligence we cannot gather any other way. Will you accept? Ragnok asked, though they both knew the answer. Yes, Harry said firmly. It's time to move to the next phase. The next phase of what the Goblins now called the Potter Campaign involved Harry attending Hogwarts as a student while maintaining his Goblin allegiance and training. He would be, in essence, a spy within Dumbledore's domain, gathering information and potentially recruiting allies among the students. We'll need to adjust your training schedule to prepare you specifically for this mission, Ragnok noted, already making mental calculations. Intensified occlumency, 4-1. Dumbledore is a skilled legilimens, he must not be allowed access to your thoughts. Harry nodded. He'd been studying mind magic for over a year now, but his shields would need to be impenetrable before facing Dumbledore daily. Also, Ragnok continued, we should arrange your public reintroduction to the wizarding world before term begins. A controlled appearance to establish your narrative before Dumbledore can shape public perception. This was something Harry had been considering as well. 3 years ago, he had briefly appeared in Diagon Alley with goblin guards, causing a sensation. Since then, he'd remained largely hidden, allowing speculation to run rampant about his whereabouts and activities. Diagon Alley, 2 weeks before term starts, Harry suggested. Shopping for school supplies, but with goblin guards making it clear I'm still under your protection. Ragnok stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes. And a carefully planned encounter with the press, on our terms. The next weeks were filled with preparations. Harry's training shifted to focus on skills he would need at Hogwarts, spotting manipulation, identifying potential allies and threats, communicating securely with his goblin contacts, and maintaining his cover as a relatively normal first-year student despite his advanced training. You cannot reveal the full extent of your abilities, Irongrip warned during their final combat session. Appear talented but not extraordinary. Save your true skills for when they're truly needed. Harry also spent time with Neville, who had received his own Hogwarts letter. They discussed strategies for Hogwarts, which house they might be sorted into, how to handle classes when they already knew much of the first-year material, and most importantly, how to manage interactions with Dumbledore. I'm rubbish at occlumency, Neville admitted. Gran's been trying to teach me, but I can't seem to clear my mind properly. Try a different approach, Harry suggested, drawing on his goblin training. Instead of emptying your mind, fill it with something he won't find suspicious. Focus intensely on plants or herbology when he's around. It's a natural interest for you, so it won't seem like a deliberate distraction. Finally, the day arrived for Harry's public appearance in Diagon Alley. He dressed carefully in robes that blended wizard and goblin styles, emerald green with subtle silver embroidery and goblin patterns, cut to allow freedom of movement in combat. Beneath them, he wore his dragon-hide vest and carried his goblin dagger, concealed but accessible. Grip Hook and a squad of 6 goblin guards would accompany him. The plan was simple: visit the key shops for school supplies, ensure he was seen by enough people to generate buzz, then give a short, prepared statement to the press before returning to Gringotts. They emerged from the bank into the bright August sunshine of Diagon Alley. Almost immediately, conversations hushed as shoppers noticed the unusual procession. Harry kept his head high, his expression composed as Ragnok had taught him, neither arrogant nor timid. A warrior aware of his worth but not flaunting his power. Whispers followed them as they made their way to Madame Malkin's for school robes. It's him, Harry Potter, look at those guards, the boy who lived, with goblins, heard he's been living under the bank, Dumbledore's been looking for him for years. Inside the robe shop, Madame Malkin herself bustled forward, trying to hide her surprise at the goblin escort. Hogwarts, dear, she asked professionally. I've got another young man being fitted up just now, in fact. In the back of the shop, a pale, pointed-faced boy was standing on a footstool while a second which pinned up his long black robes. Harry recognized Draco Malfoy from the Goblin intelligence briefings, son of Lucius Malfoy, suspected Death Eater who had claimed Imperius Curse influence after Voldemort's fall. As Harry stepped onto a stool, Malfoy glanced at him curiously. "Hello," he said. "Hogwarts, too?" "Yes," Harry replied neutrally. Malfoy's eyes darted to the goblin guards waiting by the door, then back to Harry with increased interest. "My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry said nothing, simply raising an eyebrow at the boastful tone. "Have you got your own broom?" Malfoy continued. "Yes," Harry said, though in truth he'd only used training brooms under supervision in the goblin caverns. Flying wasn't a priority in his education, though he'd shown natural talent for it. "Play Quidditch at all?" "Not regularly," Harry answered honestly. "I do, father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree." "Know what house you'll be in yet?" "No one knows until they're sorted," Harry pointed out. "Well, no one really knows until they get there, but I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been." "Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" Before Harry could respond, Malfoy's eyes fixed on something beyond Harry's shoulder. "I say, look at that man." Harry turned to see Hagrid standing outside the window, grinning and pointing at 2 large ice creams to show he couldn't come in. "That's Hagrid," Harry said, recognizing the gamekeeper from Goblin intelligence reports. "He works at Hogwarts." "Oh," said Malfoy, "I've heard of him. He's a sort of servant, isn't he?" "He's the gamekeeper," Harry corrected, already disliking Malfoy's attitude. "Yes, exactly. I heard he's a sort of savage, lives in a hut on the school grounds and every now and then gets drunk, tries to do magic, and ends up setting fire to his bed." "I think you've been misinformed," Harry said coolly. "Have I?" Malfoy sneered. "Why is he hanging around outside like that? Where are your parents?" "Dead," said Harry shortly. "They were murdered." "Oh, sorry," said Malfoy, not sounding sorry at all. "But they were our kind, weren't they? If you mean were they magical, yes. I really don't think they should let the other sort in, do you? They're just not the same, they've never been brought up to know our ways." Some of them have never even heard of Hogwarts until they get the letter, imagine. I think they should keep it in the old wizarding families. Malfoy's eyes suddenly widened as they drifted up to Harry's forehead where his scar, while faded, was still visible. "You're Harry Potter," he said, his tone changing completely. "Yes," Harry replied simply. "Why are you with goblins?" "My father says they've kidnapped you and are using you against Professor Dumbledore." Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Is that what people think? I sought sanctuary with the Goblin Nation after discovering multiple magical bindings placed on me without consent, theft from my family vaults, and the illegal sealing of my parents' will. All by your esteemed Professor Dumbledore." Malfoy looked stunned, clearly processing this information and its implications for his family's political positioning. "That's you done, my dear," Madame Malkin told Malfoy, who seemed almost reluctant to leave now that he'd realized who he was talking to. "Well, I'll see you at Hogwarts, I suppose," he said, trying to sound casual as he hopped down from the footstool. After Malfoy left, Harry completed his fitting in silence, aware that his interaction had likely been observed and would be reported to both Malfoy's father and, eventually, Dumbledore. It was a calculated first contact, revealing enough to spark interest without exposing his true capabilities or intentions. Their next stop was Flourish and Blots for textbooks. As Harry browsed the shelves with Griphook, selecting both required texts and additional references, he heard a familiar voice. "Harry. I was hoping I'd see you here." Harry turned to find Neville approaching, accompanied by his formidable grandmother. Augusta Longbottom nodded approvingly at Harry's goblin escort. "Proper protection," she noted. "As befits your station." Neville looked more confident than Harry had ever seen him, standing tall beside his grandmother. "Gran's been telling everyone about the Goblin Alliance," he explained. "You should hear her at the Wisengamot sessions, she's put Dumbledore on the defensive more than once." Augusta sniffed. "Merely doing my duty. The man has held too much power for too long with too little oversight." As they conversed, Harry noticed a bushy-haired girl hovering nearby, trying not to look like she was eavesdropping. He recognized her immediately, Hermione Granger, the inquisitive Muggleborn he'd met during his brief visit to Diagon Alley 3 years ago. "Hello again, Hermione," he called, smiling at her startled expression. "You remember me?" she asked, stepping closer. "That was years ago." "I have a good memory for people who ask intelligent questions," Harry replied. "Are you excited for Hogwarts?" "Oh, yes. I've read all about it in Hogwarts, a History," she said eagerly. "And I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. I just hope it will be enough, I'm so behind, coming from a non-magical family." "Magic isn't about where you come from," Harry told her. "It's about your determination to learn and your respect for the power you're wielding." Hermione beamed at this. "That's exactly what I think. Oh, these are my parents," she added as a couple in Muggle clothing approached cautiously, eyeing the goblin guards with nervous fascination. Harry greeted the Grangers politely, noting the protective way they flanked their daughter. Good parents, he thought, remembering his own brief time with James and Lily. "Perhaps we could all have ice cream after our shopping?" Neville suggested. "Gran says it's important to build alliances before school starts." Augusta nodded approvingly at her grandson's political awareness. "We'd like that," Mr. Granger said, clearly relieved at the friendly overture in this strange new world. Their shopping continued, with Harry gradually accumulating the required supplies for Hogwarts. At the magical menagerie, he purchased owl treats for Hedwig, a beautiful snowy owl that had been a gift from Ragnok for his 10th birthday. She currently resided in the Goblin Ollery but would join him at Hogwarts. "Emerald will remain with us," Griphook had explained. "A snake familiar would attract unwanted attention at Hogwarts, especially given your Parseltongue ability." As they left Quality Quidditch Supplies, where Harry had purchased flying gloves at Iron Grip's insistence, never rely on school equipment for safety, they encountered the moment they'd been preparing for. Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet's most notorious reporter, stepped into their path, her acid green quill already hovering beside a piece of parchment. "Harry Potter," she exclaimed with exaggerated delight. "The wizarding world has been simply dying to hear from you, darling. Care to comment on your unusual, living arrangements? Or perhaps on Dumbledore's claims that you've been manipulated by the goblins against your best interests?" This was the opportunity they'd planned for. Harry faced Skeeter squarely, aware that a growing crowd was watching. "Ms. Skeeter, I'm happy to make a brief statement," he said clearly. 3 years ago, I discovered that Albus Dumbledore had placed illegal magical bindings on my powers, improperly sealed my parents' will, and appointed himself my magical guardian without legal authority. He then used this position to steal from my family vaults and place me with abusive Muggle relatives explicitly against my parents' written wishes. The crowd murmured in shock as Harry continued. "The Goblin Nation offered me sanctuary under the Treaty of 1823, which provides for the protection of heirs whose vaults have been compromised. They have since removed the magical bindings Dumbledore placed on me, restored my access to my inheritance, and provided education in both wizarding and goblin traditions. I am not being manipulated or coerced. I am simply being protected from those who sought to use me for their own purposes." Skeeter's quill was scratching frantically. "And what about the claims that you're being raised as a weapon against the wizarding world?" Harry smiled thinly. "The only people who should fear me are those who have wronged me or who threaten those under my protection. I look forward to attending Hogwarts and meeting my peers, but I remain under goblin protection and am fully aware of my rights and responsibilities as the last Potter. Will you be pursuing legal action against Albus Dumbledore?" Skeeter pressed, clearly delighted with the explosive content. "Justice takes many forms," Harry replied diplomatically. "For now, my focus is on my education and honoring my parents' memory by becoming the wizard they would have wanted me to be." With that, he nodded to Griphook, who stepped forward. "That concludes Mr. Potter's statement. He will not be taking further questions at this time." As they moved away from the disappointed reporter, Harry could already imagine tomorrow's headlines. The seeds had been planted: doubt about Dumbledore's actions, clarity about Harry's Goblin alliance, and a clear message that the boy who lived was neither victim nor villain, but a young wizard taking control of his own destiny. They met the Grangers and Longbottoms at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor as planned. As the adults engaged in careful conversation, Augusta explaining wizarding politics to the fascinated Grangers, Harry, Neville, and Hermione discussed their expectations for Hogwarts. "I'm still trying to decide which house I want," Hermione was saying. "Gryffindor sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." Harry exchanged a glance with Neville. "Each house has its merits," he said diplomatically. "But remember, Hermione, the house doesn't make the wizard or witch. Your choices and actions do." "That sounds like something the Sorting Hat would say," Neville commented with a small smile. "The what?" Hermione asked eagerly. As Neville explained the sorting ceremony, Harry observed the dynamics between them. Neville, once shy and uncertain, now spoke with quiet confidence, especially on topics he knew well. Hermione listened with intense focus, clearly filing away every detail. They would make good allies at Hogwarts, Harry thought, Neville with his pure-blood connections and growing magical strength, Hermione with her keen intelligence and outsider's perspective. By the time they finished their ice cream, a plan had formed among the three: they would meet on the Hogwarts Express and face the school year as a united front, regardless of which houses they ended up in. "It's about time the house rivalries got shaken up anyway," Neville said with newfound boldness. "Gran says they're just another way to keep us divided and easier to control." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "Unity is strength. That's something both humans and goblins understand." They parted ways with promises to meet on September 1st. As Harry and his goblin escort returned to Gringotts, he felt a sense of accomplishment. The public appearance had gone exactly as planned, and he'd already begun forming the alliances he would need at Hogwarts. Ragnok was waiting in his office when they returned, a copy of the Evening Prophet already on his desk. The special edition featured Harry's photograph on the front page, standing proudly with his goblin guards, under the headline, Harry Potter Speaks, Dumbledore Betrayed My Parents. Well done, the goblin chief said, satisfaction evident in his voice. The first battle of this campaign goes to us. Harry nodded, but his mind was already moving forward to the greater challenge ahead, entering Dumbledore's domain while maintaining his independence and pursuing his own agenda. Hogwarts would be both battlefield and opportunity, a chance to build his own power base while undermining Dumbledore's careful plans. The war is far from over, Harry observed. But at least now I'm fighting on my own terms. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement, families saying goodbye, students reuniting with friends, owls hooting indignantly in their cages. The scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed in the morning sun, steam billowing around it. Into this familiar scene came an unfamiliar sight, Harry Potter, flanked by 4 goblin guards in ceremonial armor, their weapons prominently displayed in clear defiance of the usual restrictions on non-humans bearing arms in wizarding spaces. Behind them walked Augusta Longbottom with Neville, creating a formidable procession that parted the crowd like a ship's prow through water. Whispers erupted as they passed, "That's him, Harry Potter, with goblin guards. Did you see the prophet? Dumbledore apparently, those swords look razor-sharp, Augusta Longbottom's with them, her whole faction in the Wizengamot has allied with the goblins." Harry ignored the stares and comments, focusing instead on the train that would carry him to Hogwarts. His trunk, a special goblin-crafted model with multiple security features and expanded internal space, floated behind him, guided by a subtle wandless charm. They stopped at the nearest carriage entrance. Ragnok himself had wanted to accompany Harry today, but they had agreed it would be too provocative, too close to a formal declaration of hostilities against Hogwarts itself rather than just Dumbledore. Grip Hook, who had become Harry's primary liaison, stepped forward. "Remember your training," he said in gobbledygook. "Trust carefully, observe constantly, communicate securely." Harry nodded and replied in the same language. "I will bring honor to our alliance." The formal farewell complete, Harry turned to Augusta and bowed slightly. "Madam Longbottom, thank you for your support." Augusta inclined her head regally. "House Longbottom stands with House Potter, as it did in your parents' time. Remember that if you need allies within the Wizengamot." Harry then faced Neville, extending his arm in the traditional wizard warrior's grip, clasping forearms rather than shaking hands. "See you on board." Neville returned the grip firmly. "I've saved us a compartment. Hermione's already there." With final nods to his goblin guards, Harry boarded the train, his trunk floating obediently behind him. He could feel the eyes following him, the speculation and curiosity radiating from students and parents alike. The boy who lived had returned to the wizarding world, but not as anyone had expected. He found the compartment Neville had mentioned near the middle of the train. Hermione sat by the window, already in her school robes, a massive book open on her lap. She looked up when the door slid open, her face brightening. "Harry. I was beginning to worry you wouldn't make it." "Goblin security protocols," Harry explained with a small smile, storing his trunk in the overhead rack. "They insisted on sweeping the platform before I arrived." "It must be strange," Hermione said thoughtfully, "being famous enough to need guards." Harry settled into the seat across from her. "The guards aren't just because I'm famous. They're because I'm under goblin protection during a time of sanctioned conflict." "The limited war declaration," Hermione nodded. "I read all about it after we met. It's fascinating, there hasn't been a formal goblin action like this since 1932. Before Harry could respond, the compartment door slid open again. A tall, red-headed boy stood in the doorway, looking slightly nervous. "Excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full." Harry gestured to the empty seat. "Not at all. Thanks," the boy said, sitting beside Hermione. He glanced at Harry, then did a double take at the faint scar visible on his forehead. "Blimey, are you?" "Harry Potter, yes," Harry confirmed, having expected this reaction countless times today. "And you are?" Ron Weasley, the boy replied, still staring. Is it true you've been living with goblins? My dad works at the ministry, and he says there's been absolute chaos over it. It's true, Harry said simply, studying Ron. The Weasleys were a known quantity in goblin intelligence, a large, pure-blood family with limited financial resources but strong ties to Dumbledore through Arthur Weasley's ministry position and their membership in the Order of the Phoenix during the war. What's it like? Ron asked, leaning forward eagerly. Do they really have mountains of gold? And weapons that can cut through anything? Harry exchanged an amused glance with Hermione. They're bankers and warriors, not treasure-hoarding monsters from fairy tales. The compartment door opened once more, and Neville entered, slightly out of breath. Sorry, Gran wanted to give me a few more reminders before letting me board. He nodded to Ron. Hello. This is Ron Weasley, Hermione introduced. Ron, this is Neville Longbottom. Ron's eyes widened slightly. Your Gran's been causing almost as much trouble in the Wizengamot as Harry's goblins, according to my dad. Neville smiled as he sat beside Harry. Gran says it's not trouble, it's accountability. The train whistle blew, and with a lurch, they began moving. Harry felt a momentary pang as the platform, and his goblin guards, disappeared from view. For the first time in 3 years, he was truly on his own, heading into what could easily be described as enemy territory. But not completely alone, he reminded himself, looking at Neville and Hermione. And not unprepared. The journey northward passed pleasantly enough. Ron proved to be a fountain of wizarding information, albeit from a very specific perspective. His casual comments about mental goblins and Dumbledore, greatest wizard alive, might have annoyed Harry if he hadn't been trained in goblin diplomatic control. Instead, he filed away Ron's attitudes as useful intelligence about how the average wizard family viewed the current situation. When the conversation turned to houses, Ron became particularly animated. My whole family's been in Gryffindor, he said proudly. I don't suppose you know what house you'll be in, Harry. Harry shrugged. The Sorting Hat decides, doesn't it? Yeah, but you must have some idea. I mean, your parents were Gryffindors, right? They were, Harry acknowledged. But I'm not my parents. You wouldn't want Slytherin, though, Ron said with certainty. There's not a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's statistically impossible. Hermione nodded. Actually, according to notable magical criminals of the 20th century, dark wizards have come from all 4 houses. Slytherin has a higher percentage, but Hufflepuff produced Manfred the Malevolent, who was arguably worse than Grindelwald in terms of civilian casualties. Ron looked taken aback by this scholarly rebuttal. Well, still. Slytherins are nasty pieces of work. Prejudice against entire groups rarely holds up to scrutiny, Harry said mildly. The goblins taught me to judge individuals by their actions, not their affiliations. An uncomfortable silence fell, broken when the compartment door slid open yet again. This time it was the trolley witch with her cart of sweets. Harry, who had developed a taste for wizard candy during his visits with Neville, bought a selection for everyone to share. Ron's mood improved considerably with the introduction of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's beans. As they snacked, the conversation shifted to families and backgrounds. Hermione explained her parents' dental practice to a fascinated Ron, who couldn't quite grasp the concept of muggles fixing teeth without magic. What about you, Harry? Hermione asked eventually. What was it like growing up with goblins? Harry considered how to answer. I didn't grow up entirely with them. I lived with my muggle relatives until I was 6. The ones Dumbledore placed you with against your parents' will? Hermione clarified, clearly having read the Prophet articles. Yes. The Dursleys. Even now, their name left a bitter taste. They didn't like magic. Or me. They abused him, Neville said bluntly, his usual reserve giving way to anger on his friend's behalf. Starved him, made him sleep in a cupboard, treated him like a house elf. Ron looked horrified. But you're Harry Potter. To them, I was just a burden, Harry said quietly. A reminder of the sister my aunt hated for having magic when she didn't. Hermione's eyes had filled with tears. That's terrible. Harry nodded once, acknowledging her sympathy without dwelling on it. The goblins changed everything. They removed the bindings on my magic, healed the physical damage from the Dursleys' neglect, and gave me a real education, not just in magic, but in politics, strategy, combat, and self-worth. Combat? Ron repeated. You know how to fight? Harry smiled slightly. The goblins believe magical education without physical discipline creates wizards who are dangerous to themselves and others. Before Ron could follow up, the compartment door opened again. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked by two large boys who resembled nothing so much as young trolls. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment, Malfoy said, his eyes finding Harry. So it's you, is it? Hello again, Draco, Harry said calmly. These are Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy introduced his companions carelessly. And you already know who I am. Yes, we met at Madame Malkin's, Harry confirmed. This is Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Ron Weasley. Malfoy's eyes flickered over the others, lingering with distaste on Ron's shabby robes. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand, a gesture that seemed both offer and challenge. Harry looked at the hand but didn't take it. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks. And I prefer to judge people individually, not by their family names or bank accounts. Malfoy's pale face flushed pink. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the compartment seemed to drop several degrees. When he spoke, his voice was soft but carried a hint of the power he usually kept carefully controlled. That sounds remarkably like a threat, Malfoy. The goblins have taught me how to respond to those. Something in Harry's tone or expression must have registered with Malfoy, whose flush deepened as he took an involuntary step back. Come on, he muttered to Crabbe and Goyle, who looked confused by the retreat. We're wasting time here. After they left, Ron let out a low whistle. Bloody hell, Harry. What did you do? I've never seen Malfoy back down like that. Goblin intimidation techniques, Harry said, relaxing slightly. Project absolute certainty that you can and will follow through on implied consequences. You didn't even draw your wand, Hermione observed, sounding impressed. The wand is rarely the most powerful weapon in a confrontation, Harry replied, quoting Irongrip. Presence and perception often determine the outcome before magic is ever cast. The remainder of the journey passed without further interruptions. As the Scottish countryside rolled by, turning wilder and darker, Harry found himself growing both excited and apprehensive about what lay ahead. Hogwarts represented both opportunity and danger, a chance to learn traditional wizarding magic and build alliances, but also daily proximity to Dumbledore and whatever plans the old wizard was still nurturing. When the train finally slowed, approaching Hogsmeade Station, Harry changed into his Hogwarts robes. They felt strange after years of goblin-influenced attire, restrictive across the shoulders and impractical for combat movements. He had, however, insisted on certain modifications, hidden pockets for his communication mirror, emergency port key, and a few select goblin artifacts. Furs years. Furs years over here, came a booming voice as they disembarked. Hagrid, massive and wild-haired, towered over the crowd with a lantern. Come on, follow me, any more Furs years? They followed the giant gamekeeper down a steep, narrow path that led to the edge of a great black lake. There, for the first time, Harry saw Hogwarts, a vast castle perched atop a mountain, its windows sparkling against the starry sky. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small vessels bobbing in the water. Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Ron climbed into one. As the boats glided across the smooth lake surface, Harry extended his magical senses cautiously, feeling the ancient power that surrounded the castle. It was different from goblin magic, less earthy, more ethereal, but undeniably powerful. They sailed through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor, then climbed a passageway up to the castle's massive oak front doors. Hagrid raised his gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately. Professor McGonagall stood there, her stern face exactly as Harry remembered from their brief meeting 3 years ago. Her eyes found him in the crowd of first years, and something like approval flickered across her features before she resumed her professional demeanor. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them into an entrance hall so vast Harry suspected the entire Dursley house could have fit inside it with room to spare. From a doorway to the right came the hum of hundreds of voices, the rest of the school already gathered, but McGonagall showed them into a small empty chamber off the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." As McGonagall explained the house system, Harry took the opportunity to observe his yearmates. About 40 children, all looking various degrees of nervous and excited. He recognized a few from Goblin intelligence briefings: Susan Bones, niece of Amelia Bones, Blaise Zabini, whose mother was notorious for her multiple wealthy husbands who all died mysteriously, Hannah Abbott, whose father had been vocal in supporting Goblin rights after the war declaration. When McGonagall left them to prepare for the sorting, the chamber filled with nervous whispers. Harry closed his eyes briefly, centering himself with a goblin meditation technique. Whatever house he ended up in, he knew his mission remained the same: learn, observe, build alliances, and maintain vigilance against Dumbledore's manipulations. McGonagall returned and led them into the Great Hall. Harry had seen images of it in books, but the reality was more impressive: thousands of floating candles illuminating 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat, golden plates and goblets gleaming in the candlelight, and above it all, an enchanted ceiling showing the night sky. At the front of the hall was the high table where the teachers sat. In the center, in a large gold chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry met the headmaster's gaze for a brief moment before deliberately looking away, reinforcing his occlumency shields as he did so. McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first years. On top of it, she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing about the 4 houses and their qualities. When the song ended and the hall burst into applause, McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. Abbott, Hannah. Harry watched as, one by one, his classmates were sorted. Hermione went to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat, which surprised Harry slightly. He'd expected Ravenclaw for her. Neville also went to Gryffindor, the hat taking even longer with him. Malfoy was instantly sorted into Slytherin, looking smug. Finally, Potter, Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers broke out across the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? The one with the goblins?" Harry sat on the stool, and the last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Then darkness, and a small voice in his ear. Said the voice. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? You've been well trained by the goblins, I see. A clemency shield's quite strong for your age, but I'm not trying to steal your secrets, merely to place you where you'll flourish." Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, I need to be where I can best accomplish my goals. "Your goals, the hat mused. Interesting goals they are, too. Justice for yourself, protection for your allies, and a reckoning for those who've wronged you. But also a desire to learn, to grow strong enough to face what's coming. Slytherin could help you on the path to greatness, you know. I'm not opposed to Slytherin, Harry thought. But I need to be strategic about this. Strategic indeed, the Hat chuckled. You think like a Slytherin already, but there's bravery there too, and loyalty, and a sharp mind. Where to put the goblin-raised wizard with a destiny? Better be Gryffindor. The Hat shouted the last word to the hall. Harry removed it and walked toward the Gryffindor table, where the reception was explosive, the loudest cheer yet. Percy Weasley, a prefect, got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Harry sat down next to Neville, who looked relieved to see him. Across from them, Hermione beamed. "I was so worried we'd be separated," she whispered. "The Hat considered Ravenclaw for me, but in the end it said my courage outweighed my cleverness." "Courage doesn't preclude cleverness," Harry replied with a small smile. As the sorting continued, Harry allowed himself a moment to study the high table properly. Hagrid, at one end, gave him a thumbs up when their eyes met. Next to an empty seat that presumably belonged to McGonagall sat a young witch who must be Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher. Then Professor Flitwick, the charms master, a tiny wizard with goblin ancestry according to Ragnok. Beside Dumbledore was a nervous-looking young man with a large purple turban, Quirrell, the new defense against the dark arts teacher. And beside Quirrell sat a hook-nosed teacher with greasy black hair and sallow skin, Severus Snape. The potions master was staring directly at Harry with an expression of intense dislike. Harry had been briefed extensively on Snape, his history as a Death Eater, his supposed redemption as Dumbledore's spy, and most significantly, his complicated history with Harry's parents. Lily had been his childhood friend, James, his school nemesis. As their eyes met, Harry felt a slight pressure against his occlumency shields, a subtle probe, testing his defenses. He maintained his barriers while offering the barest hint of surface thoughts, curiosity about Hogwarts, determination to learn, nothing more revealing. The probe withdrew, and Snape's expression shifted almost imperceptibly from hostility to calculation. Interesting, Harry thought. The man was already testing him, reporting back to Dumbledore no doubt. After the sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaise going to Slytherin, Dumbledore got to his feet. The hall fell silent. "Welcome," he said, arms spread wide as if nothing pleased him more than seeing them all there. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down to applause and cheers. Harry didn't join in, studying the headmaster instead. Dumbledore's eccentric persona, the colorful robes, the whimsical behavior, served as excellent camouflage for the calculating mind beneath. Harry had learned from goblin strategists to be most wary of enemies who appeared harmless or foolish. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates. Harry filled his plate moderately. Goblin nutritionists had trained him to eat for maximum energy and health rather than pleasure, though he allowed himself some indulgences. As they ate, conversation flowed around the table. The ghost of Gryffindor Tower, nearly headless Nick, introduced himself and performed his gruesome party trick of pulling his partially severed head to the side. Percy Weasley discussed classes and teachers, emphasizing their credentials with pompous authority. "Is Professor Dumbledore always like that?" Hermione asked Percy, glancing toward the headmaster. "Oh yes, brilliant man, absolute genius, but a bit eccentric," Percy replied reverently. "Greatest wizard of our age, you know. Defeated Grindelwald, discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood, works with Nicholas Flamel on alchemy." Harry filed away the mention of Flamel. The name had appeared in Dumbledore's journal recovered during the raid, connected to something called the Philosopher's Stone. When the main courses disappeared and desserts took their place, the talk turned to families. "I'm half and half," said Seamus Finnegan. "Me dad's a muggle." Man didn't tell him she was a witch till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him. Everyone laughed except Harry, who thought about the statute of secrecy and its ethical implications. The goblins had taught him to question wizarding laws that separated magical beings from non-magical ones, not from a position of superiority, but from concerns about justice and equal treatment. "What about you, Harry?" Dean Thomas asked. "What's it like living with goblins? Do they really eat raw meat and sleep on beds of gold?" Harry sighed internally at the stereotypes. "They eat cooked food, just like humans, though with different spices and preparations. And they sleep on beds, not gold. Gold is for banking and crafting, not furniture." "But why are you living with them?" Lavender Brown pressed. "The prophet said something about Dumbledore stealing from you." Harry was aware of conversations quieting around them as more students tuned in to hear his answer. "When I was 6, he explained carefully, a goblin noticed signs of magical suppression and abuse. He brought me to Gringotts, where they discovered multiple magical bindings placed on me by Professor Dumbledore, who had also sealed my parents' will and appointed himself my magical guardian without legal authority." Percy Weasley looked scandalized. "Surely there's been some misunderstanding. Professor Dumbledore would never." The evidence was conclusive enough for the Wisengamot to suspend 2 of his titles pending investigation, Harry interrupted mildly. "And for the goblins to declare limited war under the Treaty of 1823. An uncomfortable silence fell. Harry noticed several teachers watching their table with interest, including Dumbledore himself, whose twinkling eyes couldn't quite hide his keen attention. Neville, sensing Harry's discomfort, smoothly changed the subject to herbology, describing a rare plant his great-uncle Algy had given him for his birthday. The conversation gradually resumed its normal flow, though Harry could feel the weight of curious glances for the remainder of the meal. When the desserts disappeared, Dumbledore stood again to deliver start-of-term notices, warnings about the Forbidden Forest, a reminder that magic wasn't allowed in corridors, Quidditch trials, and finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. A few students laughed, but Harry didn't. What kind of school housed something deadly enough to warrant such a warning? And more importantly, what was Dumbledore planning that required such a dangerous object or creature within a school full of children? After singing the school song, a chaotic affair with everyone choosing their own tune, they were dismissed. Percy called the first-years to follow him to Gryffindor Tower. As they rose from the table, Harry caught Dumbledore watching him again, this time without pretense. The headmaster inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Harry returned the gesture with equal formality before turning to follow Percy. The opening moves had been made, the game was now underway. As they climbed the marble staircase, Harry found himself walking beside Hermione. "Did you notice Professor Snape watching you during the feast?" she asked quietly. "Yes," Harry confirmed, impressed by her observation skills. "He and my father were not friends at school." "He didn't look like he just disliked you," Hermione persisted. "He looked like he was trying to read your mind." Harry glanced at her with new appreciation. "That's very perceptive. Is it possible? Reading minds? The books I've read mention legilimency, but they say it's incredibly advanced magic." "It is possible," Harry confirmed. "And yes, Snape is a skilled legilimens, as is Dumbledore. That's why the goblins taught me occlumency, mental shields against such intrusions." Hermione's eyes widened. "Could you teach me? I don't like the idea of professors reading my thoughts without permission." "It's not an easy skill to master," Harry cautioned. "But yes, I could teach you the basics." They continued their journey through the castle, navigating moving staircases and hidden doorways until they reached the portrait of the fat lady, who guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung open to reveal a round hole in the wall. Inside was the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular space filled with squashy armchairs, tables, and a roaring fire. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, Harry found their bedroom, 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Harry's goblin-crafted trunk sat at the foot of one bed, its security runes glowing faintly in the dim light. As his roommates changed into pajamas and climbed into bed, too tired to talk much, Harry took a moment to activate the additional security features on his trunk and bed hangings, subtle goblin wards that would alert him to any tampering or unauthorized access. Then he placed his communication mirror under his pillow and set a mental alarm to wake him before dawn. "Night," called Neville from the next bed. "Good night," Harry replied, drawing his curtains closed. Alone in the darkness, he performed a final goblin meditation to organize the day's experiences and impressions. Hogwarts was both what he'd expected and more complex than he'd anticipated. The castle itself felt alive in a way he hadn't fully understood from descriptions. Dumbledore was watching him closely but had made no direct move. His housemates seemed friendly enough, though curious about his unusual background. Tomorrow would bring classes, professors, and more opportunities to build his network of allies. It would also bring more direct confrontation with Dumbledore's influence and whatever the headmaster had planned. As Harry drifted towards sleep, he felt the weight of the goblin war oath he'd taken before leaving Gringotts: "I will observe, I will learn, I will prepare. For justice, for honor, for the reckoning to come." The first day of his Hogwarts mission was complete. The greater challenge was just beginning. Chapter 3, Alliances and Awakenings. Harry woke before dawn, the castle still quiet around him. He slipped from his four-poster bed and padded to the window, watching as the first hints of light touched the forbidden forest. For years with the goblins had made early rising second nature. The warrior who rises first chooses the battlefield, as Iron Grip always said. He moved through his morning routine silently, not wanting to wake his dorm mates. Physical conditioning came first, a series of goblin combat exercises adapted to the limited space between the beds. Then meditation, centering his mind and reinforcing his occlumency shields. Finally, a review of his objectives for the day: observe class dynamics, assess professors, identify potential allies, and avoid direct confrontation with Dumbledore. By the time Ron's alarm clock buzzed, Harry was dressed and reviewing his textbooks. Neville woke next, bleary-eyed but quick to rise. "Morning," he mumbled, pulling on his socks. "Been up long?" "Just an hour or so," Harry replied, closing his transfiguration text. "Habit." Ron groaned from beneath his covers. "Mental, both of you. Sun's barely up." Down in the common room, they met Hermione, who was somehow already fully awake and buzzing with enthusiasm. "I've been up since 5 reviewing our course books again," she announced. "Do you think we'll start practical spell work today?" "I've tried a few simple ones just for practice, but with proper instruction, breathe, Hermione," Harry said with a smile. "We'll find out soon enough." The Great Hall hummed with first-day excitement. As Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, he felt eyes on him from all directions, not just students, but teachers too. He ignored the attention, focusing instead on his porridge while mentally mapping the room's dynamics. The Slytherin table presented the most obvious challenge. Draco Malfoy held court among his yearmates, occasionally shooting glances Harry's way. But Harry noted with interest that not all Slytherins seemed aligned with Malfoy. A dark-skinned boy, Blaise Zabini, if he remembered correctly, maintained a slight distance, observing more than participating. McGonagall moved along the Gryffindor table, handing out course schedules. When she reached Harry, her expression remained professionally neutral, but her eyes conveyed something more. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly. "If you have any questions about your classes, my office is always open." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, recognizing the subtle offer of support. Their first class was Transfiguration with McGonagall. Harry, Neville, and Hermione arrived early, claiming seats near the front. Ron joined them moments later, still looking half asleep. Brilliant strategy, he yawned. If we're in front, maybe she won't notice when I doze off. I wouldn't count on that, Harry murmured as McGonagall entered, or rather, as a tabby cat with distinctive spectacle markings around its eyes leapt from the desk and transformed mid-air into their professor. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she announced after taking roll. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. She demonstrated by turning her desk into a pig and back again. The class broke into applause, but Harry observed more closely than most, sensing the manipulation of magical energy, similar to goblin shape-shifting but with different underlying principles. When they were each given a match to turn into a needle, Harry faced a tactical decision. His goblin training had included basic human transfiguration theory. He could easily transform the match, but revealing such ability might attract unwanted attention. He decided on a middle path, not immediate success, but not prolonged struggle either. He made a show of practicing the wand movement and incantation before attempting the spell. On his third try, the match turned silver and pointed, though not as perfectly as it could have. Beside him, Hermione achieved similar results after several focused attempts. Her eyes widened when she saw Harry's needle. "How did you do that so quickly?" she whispered. "Intent matters more than perfect pronunciation," Harry replied softly. "Visualize exactly what you want, down to the molecular structure if you can." By the end of class, only Harry and Hermione had made significant progress. McGonagall showed their matches to the class, awarding 5 points to Gryffindor for each of them. As they packed up, Harry noticed Neville struggling with discouragement. "Don't worry," Harry told him. "Your magic's still adjusting after having those blocks removed. It's like a muscle that was constrained for years, it needs time to strengthen." Neville nodded gratefully. "Thanks. Sometimes I forget that's why I've struggled so long." Their next class, Charms with Tiny Professor Flitwick, provided another opportunity for strategic positioning. When Flitwick reached Harry's name during roll call, he gave an excited squeak and toppled off the stack of books he was standing on. Harry helped him up, using the moment to establish a positive connection. "Are you all right, Professor?" "Quite all right, Mr. Potter, thank you," Flitwick replied, adjusting his glasses. "Just a touch of excitement. I knew your mother, you see, brilliant at charms, absolutely brilliant. I'd love to hear about her sometime," Harry said sincerely. Of course. Drop by my office anytime," Flitwick offered, visibly pleased. Throughout the day, Harry continued this pattern: strategic observation, calculated participation, and deliberate relationship building. In herbology, he paired with Neville, whose natural talent with plants emerged despite his nervousness. In history of magic, he stayed alert despite Professor Bin's soporific delivery, taking detailed notes that made Hermione beam with approval. Defense against the dark arts proved disappointing. Professor Quirrell's classroom smelled strongly of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. His turban, he claimed, had been given to him by an African prince for defeating a troublesome zombie. But Harry sensed something off about the stuttering professor. When Quirrell turned his back to write on the blackboard, Harry felt an uncomfortable prickling in his faded scar. He strengthened his occlumency shields instinctively, and the sensation subsided. More concerning was the way Quirrell's eyes occasionally lingered on Harry with an intensity that belied his anxious demeanor. During one such moment, Harry deliberately projected surface thoughts of boredom and mild confusion, testing whether the professor was attempting legilimency. The real test came Friday morning: double potions with the Slytherins. Snape, according to Goblin intelligence, maintained a complex position: Death Eater turned spy, Dumbledore's man harboring deep grudges, brilliant potions master with a toxic teaching style. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold and creepy with pickled animals floating in glass jars. Snape began with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, speaking barely above a whisper but commanding complete silence. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Harry recognized skilled rhetoric when he heard it. Beneath the theatrics, Snape was genuinely passionate about his subject, a useful insight. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew the answer from his goblin potions training, but also recognized the test for what it was, far beyond first-year knowledge. "Draught of living death, sir," he answered calmly. "A powerful sleeping potion." Something flickered in Snape's eyes, surprise, perhaps. He pressed on, "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat," Harry replied. "It's an antidote to most poisons." "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." Snape stared at Harry, his expression unreadable. "Then, correct. It seems fame isn't everything." He swept around to address the class. "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Snape paired them off and set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils. Harry worked with Neville, quietly guiding him through the preparation steps. "Slice, don't crush the snake fangs," he murmured. "And remember to take the cauldron off the fire before adding the porcupine quills." Thanks to Harry's assistance, their potion turned out nearly perfect, a fact that seemed to irritate Snape, who prowled the dungeon criticizing everyone except Malfoy, whom he praised. As they were cleaning up, Snape approached their table. "Potter," he said silkily, "stay behind." Neville shot Harry a worried look, but Harry nodded reassuringly. When the classroom emptied, Snape closed the door with a flick of his wand. "Your answers were correct," he began, leaning against his desk. "Suspiciously so for someone raised by goblins." Harry met his gaze steadily. "Goblins value potions highly, Professor. Their healing traditions rely on them." "Indeed." Snape's black eyes bored into Harry's. "And do these traditions explain your resistance to mental intrusion as well?" So Snape was acknowledging his legitimacy attempt. "Interesting. The goblins believe in protecting all aspects of oneself," Harry replied carefully. "Mind, body, and magic." "Your mother was talented at potions," Snape said abruptly, the non sequitur clearly deliberate. "One of my few, competent students." Harry controlled his surprise. This was the opening he needed, a personal connection to exploit. "I've heard very little about her academic strengths, sir. I'd appreciate learning more." Something shifted in Snape's expression, a momentary softening before the cold mask returned. "Perhaps. If you demonstrate you've inherited more than just her eyes." Harry recognized the dismissal and turned to leave, but Snape's voice stopped him at the door. "Potter. The headmaster has taken a particular interest in your return. Be cautious about whose protection you accept." Was that a warning? Advice? Threat? Harry nodded once, filing away this cryptic exchange for later analysis. Snape clearly had complicated loyalties, to Dumbledore, to Harry's mother's memory, to his own agenda. A potential resource, if properly handled. By the end of the first week, Harry had established a clear picture of Hogwarts' political landscape. The faculty largely deferred to Dumbledore, with exceptions like McGonagall, who maintained professional independence, and Snape, whose allegiance seemed more personal than institutional. Among students, house divisions ran deep, especially between Gryffindor and Slytherin. But Harry saw opportunity in these divisions rather than obstacles. A warrior infiltrating enemy territory needed allies everywhere, not just in his own camp. His first cross-house alliance began unexpectedly during a free period in the library. Harry sat alone, researching magical contracts, knowledge that might prove useful in dealing with Dumbledore eventually. A shadow fell across his parchment. "Mind if I join you?" asked a girl with long black hair and Ravenclaw robes. "The other tables are full." Harry gestured to the empty chair across from him. "Please do." "I'm Sue Lee," she said, sitting down with a stack of books. "You're Harry Potter." There was no question in her voice, just simple acknowledgement without the usual awe or suspicion. "That's right," Harry replied, studying her. The name was familiar from Goblin intelligence, daughter of a Chinese diplomat and a British witch, politically neutral family with ties to both Eastern and Western magical traditions. "You're reading about magical contracts," she observed. "Not typical first-year material." "I find it useful to understand the binding nature of magical agreements," Harry said carefully. Sue nodded, opening her own book, an advanced text on defensive theory. "My father says the same. Know the rules to know when they can be broken." "Your father sounds wise." "He is." She glanced up. "He also says the Goblin Rebellion is the most interesting development in British magical politics in decades." This was an opening, testing his position, offering potential alliance. Harry made a decision. "And what do you think?" he asked. "I think anyone who earns Goblin loyalty must have something exceptional to offer in return," she replied evenly. "They're not known for taking sides in wizard conflicts without substantial reason. Perhaps their reasons align with principles of justice rather than political advantage," Harry suggested. Sue smiled slightly. "Perhaps. Either way, I find myself curious about a wizard raised by goblins. It must give you a unique perspective on our world." "It does," Harry acknowledged. "For instance, I notice how few Hogwarts students interact across house lines, despite sharing this castle for 7 years. An astute observation." Sue closed her book. "Would you consider joining a small study group I'm forming? Mixed houses, focused on practical applications rather than just theory." The invitation was exactly the kind of opportunity Harry had hoped for. "I'd like that. Who else will be there?" "So far, Anthony Goldstein from Ravenclaw, Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin. An interesting collection, all from politically significant families with varying degrees of independence from Dumbledore's influence." "Count me in," Harry said. "And would you mind if I brought Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger? They're both exceptional in different ways." "The more diverse perspectives, the better," Sue agreed. Saturday afternoon, unused classroom on the 3rd floor. Professor Flitwick approved it as a study space. As Sue left, Harry smiled to himself. The first seeds of his cross-house network had been planted. Such connections would prove invaluable when confronting whatever Dumbledore had planned. The study group exceeded Harry's expectations. Sue Lee proved to be an organizational genius, creating a structure where each member could contribute their strengths. Hermione brought methodical research skills and encyclopedic knowledge. Neville offered herbology expertise that complemented Potion's work. Susan Bones provided insights into magical law enforcement through stories from her aunt. Blaise Zabini, reserved but observant, contributed subtle political analysis and Slytherin perspectives. Anthony Goldstein approached magic with mathematical precision, breaking complex concepts into logical components. Harry's role emerged naturally, not leader but catalyst, asking questions that bridged different approaches, suggesting practical applications for theoretical knowledge. During their 3rd session, while practicing shield charms, Blaise approached Harry while the others were occupied. "Not what I expected, Potter," he said quietly. "Oh." Harry maintained his focus on the shield he was demonstrating for Anthony. "A goblin-raised celebrity with a grudge against Dumbledore," Blaise clarified. "I expected arrogance, not collaboration." Harry lowered his wand. Goblins value effective alliances over grandstanding. What about you, Zabini? What does a Slytherin gain from joining a mixed-house study group? Blaze's expression remained neutral, but his eyes showed appreciation for the direct question. Information. Options. And distance from certain factions in my house that prefer blind allegiance to independent thought. Malfoy, Harry deduced. Among others. Some of us prefer to choose our own paths. A sentiment I understand completely, Harry said. Their eyes met in mutual recognition, two people navigating complex political waters with similar values if different methods. By Halloween, Harry's network extended beyond the study group. Luna Lovegood, a peculiar Ravenclaw first year, joined after Hermione reluctantly invited her, discovering the girl's uncanny intuition complemented Hermione's logic. Fred and George Weasley, impressed by Harry's calm handling of their pranks, offered their extensive knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages. Even Percy Weasley, initially stiff and disapproving of Harry's goblin connections, began to thaw after Harry demonstrated respect for academic achievement and rules that served legitimate purposes. On Halloween morning, the smell of baking pumpkin filled the corridors. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick announced they were ready to make objects fly, a basic but useful skill Harry had mastered years ago. Flitwick put them into pairs. Harry was partnered with Dean Thomas, while Neville worked with Seamus Finnegan. Ron, looking disgruntled, was paired with Hermione, whose enthusiasm for the lesson clearly irritated him. Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing, squeaked Flitwick. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, too. Harry demonstrated the charm perfectly on his first attempt, earning Gryffindor 5 points. He then spent the remainder of the class helping Dean master the technique. It's all about intent, he explained quietly. The words and movements help focus your magic, but ultimately you're telling the feather what you want it to do. Across the room, Ron was having less success. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, waving his arms like a windmill. You're saying it wrong, Harry heard Hermione snap. It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long. You do it, then, if you're so clever, Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, flicked her wand, and said, Wingardium Leviosa. Their feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. Oh, well done! Cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it too. Ron was in a very bad mood by the end of class. It's no wonder no one can stand her, he said to Dean as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor, she's a nightmare, honestly. Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears in her eyes. I think she heard you, Harry said, frowning at Ron. So, said Ron, looking uncomfortable. She must have noticed she's got no friends. Harry felt a flash of anger. She's my friend, Ron. And what you just did wasn't right. He left Ron looking ashamed and hurried after Hermione, but she disappeared into the girls' bathroom. Lavender Brown emerged a few minutes later. She wants to be left alone, Lavender reported. She's really upset. Harry nodded reluctantly. Tell her I'll see her at the feast. But Hermione didn't appear for the feast. As delicious food filled the golden plates, Harry kept glancing at the entrance, growing increasingly concerned. Parvati Patil mentioned Hermione was still crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be alone. Ron, to his credit, looked increasingly guilty as he pushed his food around his plate. Before Harry could decide whether to go check on Hermione himself, Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. Prefects, he rumbled, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. As Percy began herding the Gryffindors, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. Ron bit his lip, then nodded. Fine, but Percy better not see us. They joined the Hufflepuffs heading the other direction, then slipped down a deserted corridor toward the girls' bathroom. They had just turned the corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. Percy, hissed Ron, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. But peering around it, they saw not Percy but Snape, crossing the corridor and disappearing from view. What's he doing? Harry whispered. Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers? Search me. Harry frowned. Snape was heading toward the third floor, where the forbidden corridor was located. Before he could process this, a foul stench reached his nostrils. And then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the passage, a massive figure emerged, 12 feet tall, dull granite-gray skin, a great lumpy body with a small bald head, short legs thick as tree trunks. The troll, Ron mouthed, his face pale. The creature was heading straight for the girls' bathroom. Hermione, Harry said, already moving. His mind raced through goblin combat training, assess the threat, identify vulnerabilities, use the environment to advantage. They reached the bathroom just as a high, petrified scream echoed from inside. Hermione, they shouted together, rushing in. The troll had cornered Hermione, who was shrinking against the wall, looking ready to faint. As it advanced on her, smashing sinks with its club, Harry acted instinctively. Distracted, he commanded Ron, who immediately picked up a broken tap and threw it hard against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then turned its ugly snout toward Ron and began lumbering toward him instead. Harry seized the moment, drawing on his goblin combat training. He didn't just levitate the troll's club as a wizard might, he used a goblin battle magic technique, combining levitation with momentum manipulation. The club wrenched itself from the troll's grip, spun in midair gaining force, then crashed into its owner's head with devastating impact. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Hermione was the first to speak. Is it dead? Just knocked out, Harry replied, checking its pulse with clinical detachment. What did you do? Ron asked, staring at Harry. That wasn't just Wingardium Leviosa. Before Harry could answer, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the room. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, while McGonagall looked at Harry and Ron with fury in her eyes. What on earth were you thinking? She demanded, cold rage in her voice. You're lucky you weren't killed. To everyone's surprise, Hermione spoke up. Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them. Harry and Ron stared at Hermione, astonished at the outright lie from rule-abiding Hermione. If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now, she continued. They didn't have time to find anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. McGonagall studied them all carefully. Miss Granger, 5 points from Gryffindor for serious lack of judgment. As for you two gentlemen, she turned to Harry and Ron, 5 points, to Gryffindor. For sheer dumb luck. But as they turned to leave, Harry caught Snape watching him with narrowed eyes. The potions master had noticed something unusual about how Harry had handled the troll. And judging by the calculating look on his sallow face, he wasn't about to let it go unexamined. The troll incident cemented Ron's friendship with Harry and Hermione. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. It also marked a turning point in Harry's Hogwarts strategy. He had proven himself in combat, not just to his friends, but to key faculty members. The time had come to be more proactive in his investigation of Dumbledore's plans. His first move came the following week after potions class. As the other students filed out, Harry approached Snape's desk with deliberate casualness. Professor, I had a question about an advanced potion I encountered in my reading. Snape looked up from his grating with a skeptical expression. Indeed. I came across references to something called the elixir of life, produced by the Philosopher's Stone. Harry watched Snape's reaction carefully. The text was vague about its properties and creation. A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw, subtle, but telling. Such matters are far beyond first-year curriculum, Potter. Why this sudden interest in immortality? Not immortality specifically, sir, Harry countered smoothly. I'm interested in why such powerful objects would be hidden in a school full of children. Snape's eyes flashed. He cast a quick silencing charm on the classroom door. Playing a dangerous game, Potter. What exactly do you think you know? I know the third-floor corridor is guarded by a three-headed dog. I know Professor Dumbledore has a long-standing collaboration with Nicholas Flamel. And I know you were checking the corridor during the Halloween feast when the troll was supposedly in the dungeons. It was a calculated risk, revealing this much knowledge. But Harry needed to understand Snape's position in whatever was happening. Your goblin handlers have taught you to be direct, it seems, Snape said softly. Very well. Yes, something valuable is being protected within the castle. Yes, it relates to Flamel. And yes, there are those who seek to steal it, including, I suspect, someone within these walls. Quirrell, Harry said, not as a question. Snape's eyebrow rose a fraction. Interesting theory. Why? His stuttering is inconsistent when he's distracted. He reeks of dark magic beneath the garlic. And my scar reacts to his presence, especially when his back is turned. This last revelation clearly surprised Snape. Your scar reacts. Harry nodded. The goblins removed a foreign magical presence from it years ago, a soul fragment. They believed it belonged to Voldemort. Snape flinched slightly at the name but seemed more disturbed by the implication. A soul fragment, impossible. They called it a Horcrux, Harry pressed. They suspected Voldemort made more than one. Snape's face had gone completely blank, his occlumency shields fully engaged. Potter, you are meddling in matters that could get you killed. I've been marked for death since before I was born, Professor. I'd rather face the danger aware than be manipulated into position as a sacrifice. Something shifted in Snape's expression. You believe Dumbledore is positioning you. Wouldn't you? He bound my magic, left me with abusive relatives, hid my parents' will, all part of a plan he refuses to explain. Snape studied Harry for a long moment. Your mother would have never tolerated such manipulation. She was fiercely independent. Would you tell me about her? Harry asked, softening his approach. Not the sanitized version others offer, the real Lily Evans. It was another calculated move, using Snape's obvious emotional connection to his mother. The professor's response would reveal much about where his true loyalties lay. Snape hesitated, then said, Saturday. My office. 7 o'clock. Do not be late. Thank you, sir, Harry said, recognizing the dismissal. He had achieved his immediate objective, establishing a direct channel to Snape separate from Dumbledore's influence. As Harry left the classroom, he sensed he was being watched. Glancing up, he caught a glimpse of purple fabric disappearing around a corner. Quirrell had been eavesdropping, which meant Harry's suspicions about the defense professor had just been confirmed and complicated simultaneously. Saturday evening found Harry knocking on Snape's office door precisely at 7. The office was dimly lit, walls lined with shelves of glass jars containing slimy, revolting things floating in various potions. A small pensieve sat on Snape's desk, a rare and valuable magical artifact used to view memories. You're punctual, at least, Snape observed, gesturing to a chair. Harry sat, noting that Snape had prepared tea, a surprisingly hospitable touch. Before we discuss personal matters, Snape began, I require a magical oath that you will not share what you learn with Dumbledore or the Dark Lord, should he return. The request was significant, Snape was officially acknowledging his position between the two powerful wizards and establishing a separate relationship with Harry. "I swear on my magic not to share what I learned tonight with Albus Dumbledore or Lord Voldemort, unless doing so becomes necessary to prevent immediate loss of life," Harry responded, carefully wording the oath to maintain flexibility in truly dire circumstances. Snape nodded, accepting the qualification. "Your mother," he said, his voice taking on a different quality, "was the first which I ever met. We were children, 9 years old, when I saw her performing accidental magic in a park near our homes." For the next hour, Harry listened as Snape revealed a side of Lily Potter that no one else had shared: her fierce temper, her stubborn loyalty, her talent for charms and potions, her occasional blind spots about people she cared for. He spoke of their friendship, its eventual fracturing over his dark associations, and the regret that had defined his life since. "She had a gift for seeing the best in people," Snape said. "Even those who didn't deserve it. But she was no fool, cross her moral boundaries, and she became implacable." "Did she forgive you?" Harry asked quietly. "Before she died?" Pain flashed across Snape's face. "No. I joined the Dark Lord's service shortly after we left Hogwarts. When I realized the prophecy I'd overheard might refer to her son, I begged Dumbledore to protect her, to protect all of you. But I never spoke to her directly again." "You were the one who warned Dumbledore?" This was new information, not in the Goblin intelligence files. "For all the good it did," Snape said bitterly. "He convinced your parents to use the Fidelius charm with Pettigrew as secret keeper. We know how that ended. And afterward, you became Dumbledore's spy." "His tool, more accurately," Snape corrected. "Bound by an unbreakable vow to protect Lily's son, you, and by magical oath to serve his agenda in atonement for my role in her death." Harry absorbed this revelation. "These vows, they still bind you?" "To protect you, yes. To follow Dumbledore blindly? That interpretation has certain flexibilities." Snape studied Harry over his teacup. "Which brings us to the present situation. The stone, Quirrell, and your unique position. Dumbledore brought the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts knowing someone would try to steal it," Harry summarized. "He's using it as bait. For the Dark Lord, yes. He believes the Dark Lord is not truly dead but exists in a weakened state, seeking means to restore himself. And Quirrell is what, possessed? It appears so." Snape set down his cup. "The stone is protected by a series of obstacles created by the faculty. Dumbledore believes these defenses are adequate. But you don't," Harry deduced. "The Dark Lord is, brilliant. If he has indeed merged with Quirrell, even in a weakened state, the safeguards may not be sufficient." Harry leaned forward. "And what does Dumbledore expect me to do about all this?" "Therein lies the question," Snape said softly. "He has been unusually circumspect regarding his plans for you this year. Your Goblin alliance disrupted his original strategy. He's adapting." "But you have suspicions," Harry pressed. "I believe he intends to test you. To assess how his years of careful grooming have been affected by Goblin influence. The troll, I suspect, was the first such test. Which I passed by surviving but failed by using Goblin battle magic," Harry concluded. "Precisely. It was a revealing conversation, not just about Snape's complex position but about Dumbledore's evolving strategy." Harry left with more questions than answers but with a clearer map of the terrain he was navigating. Over the following weeks, Harry intensified his investigation while maintaining his academic and social facade. His network of allies proved invaluable. Hermione's research skills helped piece together information about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. Neville, growing more confident by the day, used his family connections to gather political intelligence about Dumbledore's standing in the Wizengamot. The Weasley twins provided a magical map showing everyone's location in the castle, an invaluable tool for monitoring Quirrell's movements. Meanwhile, Harry maintained regular communication with Gringotts through his enchanted mirror, reporting developments and receiving strategic guidance from Griphook and occasionally Ragnok himself. Dumbledore has placed you in proximity to danger deliberately, Ragnok observed during one such conversation. Classic manipulation, creating threats then positioning himself as protector. But why? Harry asked. What does he gain by testing me this way? Control, Ragnok replied grimly. He lost direct control of you when you came to us. Now he seeks to re-establish it through more subtle means, by creating scenarios where you must rely on him or follow his lead. This assessment aligned with Harry's observations. Dumbledore had made no direct moves against him but had arranged multiple coincidences that pushed Harry toward investigating the stone. Most notably, Harry had discovered the Mirror of Erist accidentally, during a late-night exploration with Ron. The mirror, with its inscription, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi, showed the viewer's deepest desire. Harry had seen himself surrounded by his parents and other family members he'd never known. Ron had seen himself as head boy and Quidditch captain, holding the house cup. After several nights of Ron visiting the mirror, Dumbledore had caught them, an encounter Harry suspected was carefully staged. The headmaster had explained the mirror's purpose with apparent kindness, warning of its dangers before announcing it would be moved to a new home. The mirror shows neither knowledge nor truth, Dumbledore had told them. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. What Dumbledore hadn't mentioned, but Harry had deduced from careful observation and Snape's cryptic comments, was that the mirror would become the final protection for the stone. As Christmas approached, Harry faced a tactical decision. Most students were leaving for the holidays, including Hermione and the Weasleys. Dumbledore would expect Harry to remain at Hogwarts, giving the headmaster opportunity for further, coincidental, encounters. Instead, Harry arranged to return to Gringotts for Goblin winter rituals, a decision that clearly surprised Dumbledore when Harry submitted his holiday plans to McGonagall. The headmaster asked me to confirm you understand the protective wards at your relative's home remain strongest if you visit periodically, McGonagall told him, her disapproval of the message evident in her tone. Please inform the headmaster that my relatives no longer have any wards, protective or otherwise, Harry replied politely. The Goblins transferred those blood-based protections to a more suitable location 3 years ago. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. I see. And these winter rituals you'll be participating in are traditional Goblin celebrations of the solstice, Harry explained. Similar to Wizard Yule traditions, but with different magical focuses. Very well, Mr. Potter. McGonagall hesitated, then added more personally, do be careful. There are concerns about your safety beyond these walls. It was the closest she had come to acknowledging the tension between Dumbledore's agenda and Harry's Goblin alliance. Harry appreciated her subtle support. Thank you, Professor. The Goblins take my security very seriously. The journey back to Gringotts via secure Goblin transportation methods gave Harry his first opportunity in months to fully relax his vigilance. Stepping into the familiar stone halls of the bank felt like returning to a fortress after months in exposed territory. Griphook greeted him at the arrival point. Welcome back, Harry Potter. Chief Ragnok awaits in the War Chamber. The Goblin War Chamber, deep beneath Gringotts' public levels, buzzed with activity. Maps covered the walls, magical displays showing political alignments in the Wizengamot, Hogwarts interior, and known Death Eater properties. Goblins in battle gear moved between stations, reporting intelligence and receiving orders. Ragnok sat at the center, looking pleased to see Harry despite the serious surroundings. Our warrior returns from enemy territory, he said, rising to clasp Harry's forearm in the traditional warrior's greeting. With valuable intelligence, I trust. Dumbledore is using the Philosopher's Stone as bait, Harry confirmed without preamble. And Quirrell is possessed, almost certainly by Voldemort. Ragnok nodded grimly. As we suspected. What of Dumbledore's plans for you specifically? Harry recounted his findings, the apparent tests, the staged encounters, the subtle manipulations designed to push him toward the stone's defenses. He's recalibrating, Harry concluded. Adjusting his long-term strategy to account for my goblin training and independence. Then we must adapt as well, Ragnok decided. He summoned his war council with a sharp command. For the next several hours, Harry briefed the goblin strategists on everything he had observed at Hogwarts, not just about the stone situation, but about political alignments, student factions, and faculty loyalties. The goblins integrated this information into their existing intelligence, gradually forming a comprehensive picture of Dumbledore's position and vulnerabilities. The stone situation presents both danger and opportunity, concluded Silverblade, the chief strategist. If Quirrell/Voldemort succeeds in obtaining it, we face the Dark Lord's return. If Dumbledore manipulates Potter into confronting him, we risk losing our young ally. Yet if managed correctly, this crisis could expose Dumbledore's recklessness in endangering students. What do you recommend? Ragnok asked Harry directly. Harry considered carefully. I should return to Hogwarts after the solstice celebrations. But I need better protective measures against both Quirrell and Dumbledore's manipulations. Agreed, Ragnok said. We will use this time to prepare you more thoroughly. The winter solstice celebrations provided a welcome respite from strategic planning. Harry participated in ancient goblin rituals that honored the Earth's magic during the longest night, ceremonies far different from wizard Yule traditions with their emphasis on familial magic. In the great crystal cavern beneath Gringotts, Harry joined a circle of goblin warriors and their families. They chanted in gobbledygook, their voices raising magical energies from the earth itself. As the only human present, Harry felt deeply honored to be included in this sacred tradition. The darkness of winter reminds us that all cycles must complete, intoned the eldest goblin priestess. What appears as death is merely preparation for rebirth. So too with magic, with nations, with conflicts. The gathered goblins pressed their hands to the stone floor, connecting with the earth's magic. Harry followed suit, feeling the raw power surge through him, different from wizard magic with its wand-focused precision, more primal and elemental. We honor the warriors who stand against darkness, the priestess continued, her eyes finding Harry. Those who carry the burden of prophecy, who walk between worlds, who choose justice over ease. After the ceremony, Harry received gifts from his goblin mentors, practical items enhanced with protective magic. Irongrip presented a dragonskin wand holster that would shield his wand from disarming spells. Silvertouch gave him enchanted contact lenses that could see through most magical disguises. Rockbiter contributed a set of throwing knives small enough to conceal in the seams of his Hogwarts robes. Most significant was Ragnok's gift, a goblin-forged pendant shaped like a lightning bolt, similar to Harry's scar. This is no mere ornament, Ragnok explained as Harry examined it. It contains a fragment of the protective magic we transferred from your mother's sacrifice. If you face true mortal danger, it will activate once, and only once, to shield you. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, slipping it around his neck. I hope I won't need it. As do we all, Ragnok agreed. But hope is poor strategy compared to preparation. Between celebrations, Harry's training intensified. The goblins focused on techniques specifically useful against possession-type entities and mind manipulation. He practiced advanced occlumency with Silvertouch, combat magic with Irongrip, and strategic assessment with Griphook. Dumbledore's primary weapon is his reputation, Griphook explained during one session. Students trust him implicitly because they've been raised to view him as the greatest wizard alive. Use this. When you question his actions, do so by appealing to his own professed values, the safety of students, the pursuit of truth. On his final evening at Gringotts, Harry met with Sirius Black via international fluke connection to the Swiss healing facility. His godfather looked much improved since their last communication, still thin, but with healthy color in his face and clarity in his eyes. The mind healers say I'm finally making real progress, Sirius told him, his voice stronger than Harry remembered. Another few months, and I might be ready to return to Britain. That's fantastic, Harry said, genuinely pleased. How much do you remember now? More every day, Sirius replied. Still patchy around the night your parents died, but the healers say that's normal with trauma. The Dementor exposure made everything worse, of course. They discussed Harry's Hogwarts situation, with Sirius offering surprisingly astute advice. James and I studied the Marauder's map for years, we know every secret passage in that castle, he said. If you need emergency exits, focus on the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor. Password Descendium opens a tunnel to Honeyduke's cellar in Hogsmeade. After exchanging goodbyes with promises to maintain regular communication, Harry spent his final hours reviewing strategy with Ragnok. Remember, the Goblin chief advised, Dumbledore sees himself as a chess master. He positions pieces, people, according to his grand strategy. Your advantage is that he no longer controls your movements directly. Use that freedom to observe the broader board. And if Quirrell makes a move for the stone? Harry asked. Do not confront him alone, Ragnok said firmly. Alert Snape, who has his own reasons to prevent the Dark Lord's return. Failing that, use your emergency port key to extract yourself. There is no victory worth your life. Harry nodded, though both knew the situation might not allow for such clean solutions. Prophecy and circumstance had a way of forcing confrontations, regardless of careful planning. Harry returned to Hogwarts on January 6, the day before most students. This timing was deliberate, allowing him to move through the castle freely, checking for any changes during his absence. The first change became evident immediately, heightened security around the 3rd floor corridor. Where previously a simple locked door had guarded the entrance, now complex wards shimmered visibly to Harry's enhanced vision, courtesy of Silvertouch's contact lenses. More telling was the absence of Dumbledore from the Great Hall for meals. According to McGonagall, who seemed concerned when Harry inquired, the headmaster had been called to the ministry for an emergency Wizengamot session. Most inconvenient timing, she said tight-lipped. Almost as if it were arranged deliberately. The coincidence was too perfect. Harry slipped away from dinner early, consulting the Marauder's map in a hidden alcove. As he suspected, Quirrell was nowhere to be seen in the usual faculty locations. More concerning, the map showed the defense professor's name flickering in and out of visibility near the 3rd floor, as if the map couldn't quite track him properly. Harry made a quick decision. Direct confrontation was too dangerous, but intelligence gathering remained essential. He headed not toward the 3rd floor but toward the ground floor and the castle entrance. Outside, the January evening was bitterly cold, the grounds covered in snow. Harry cast warming charms and disillusioning spells on himself before making his way toward the Forbidden Forest. His destination, the Centaur territory. Goblin intelligence had identified the Centaurs as neutral parties in wizard conflicts but deeply concerned with prophecy and cosmic balance. If Voldemort was indeed making his move tonight, the Centaurs might have foreseen it through their astronomical divination. Harry moved carefully through the forest, following directions memorized from goblin maps. When he reached a clearing marked by a distinctive ring of white stones, he stopped and called out in formal tones, "I seek audience with the Centaur heard on matters of mutual concern. The stars speak of darkness rising and ancient evil returning." For several minutes, nothing happened. Then the sound of hooves crunching on snow approached from multiple directions. 5 centaurs emerged from the trees, bows half-drawn, expressions wary. The leader, a Palomino centaur with white blonde hair, stepped forward. Few wizards know the proper way to request audience. "You are the Potter foal." It wasn't a question. Harry bowed respectfully. "I am Harry Potter, yes. Thank you for meeting me." "I am Firenze," the centaur replied. "These are Bane, Ronan, Megorian, and Frida. Why do you enter our forest, Harry Potter?" "To seek wisdom about events unfolding in the castle tonight," Harry answered honestly. "I believe Lord Voldemort, possessing Professor Quirrell, is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone while Dumbledore is absent. The centaurs exchanged meaningful glances. Bane, dark-haired and wild-looking, stamped a hoof angrily. We do not involve ourselves in wizard conflicts. Mars is bright tonight, Ronan observed in a deep voice. Indeed, Firenze agreed. War approaches. The heavens have shown this for months. Harry maintained respectful silence, letting the centaurs discuss among themselves. Finally, Megorian, who appeared to be the eldest, addressed him directly. The stars speak of a confrontation long delayed but inevitable. Two forces that split a soul must meet again. The prophecy, Harry deduced. About me and Voldemort. Prophecies are not chains, young human, Frida said, her voice gentler than her companions. They are rivers, the destination may be fixed, but the path taken shapes what arrives there. Firenze stepped closer. We have observed the castle. Dark magic grows within it, magic that offends the natural order. The one you name Quirrell entered the forest last week to slaughter unicorns and drink their blood. Harry's blood ran cold. Unicorn blood could sustain life even at the brink of death, but at terrible cost. Only someone desperate would commit such a crime. He's growing stronger, Harry realized. Voldemort is using unicorn blood to maintain his possession of Quirrell until he can get the stone. The stars show a confrontation this night, Megorian confirmed. But its outcome remains unclear. Harry processed this information quickly. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. I should return to the castle. Wait, Firenze said, glancing at his companions before continuing. The forest acknowledges debts, Harry Potter. Your mother once saved a young foal from a manticore that had strayed into these woods. In her memory, I offer you this. The centaur removed a small leather pouch from a bag slung across his torso. Unicorn hair freely given, combined with centaur heartwood. A focus for pure magic, should your wand be lost. Harry accepted the gift solemnly. Thank you, Firenze. I'll honor it as it deserves. The stars have marked you, Harry Potter, Firenze said as Harry turned to leave. But stars may guide or blind, depending on how one looks at them. Remember that when you face your enemy. With this cryptic advice echoing in his mind, Harry hurried back to the castle. The centaur's confirmation of imminent confrontation meant he needed to act quickly, but strategically. His first stop was Snape's office, but he found it empty. The Marauder's map showed the potion's master patrolling the 4th floor, deliberately away from the 3rd floor, which struck Harry as suspicious. Was Snape under orders from Dumbledore to stay clear? Or was he complicit in tonight's events? Harry made a quick decision. Direct intervention was too risky without backup. He needed to alert both Goblin allies and trusted faculty. Using his communication mirror, he contacted Gringotts, informing Griphook of the developing situation. Maintain surveillance but do not engage, Griphook advised. We're activating emergency protocols and contacting Madame Bones at the DMLE. If Dumbledore has indeed been lured away, this is larger than just the stone. Next, Harry penned identical notes to McGonagall and Flitwick. Professor, evidence suggests Quirrell will attempt to steal the item on 3rd floor tonight while the headmaster is away. Multiple indicators including centaur divination confirm. Please investigate with caution, Quirrell is not what he seems. HP, he sent these via house elf delivery, a method he discovered through his friendship with the kitchen elves, who were delighted to assist, the great Harry Potter sir. With warnings dispatched, Harry positioned himself in a hidden alcove near the 3rd floor corridor, disillusioned and with goblin sensory enhancement charms active. The Marauder's map opened before him showed Quirrell's name now clearly inside the forbidden corridor. He had already passed Fluffy, the 3-headed dog guarding the entrance. Harry watched as his messages had their effect. McGonagall's dot moved rapidly from her office toward the 3rd floor. Flitwick's joined her moments later. Unexpectedly, Snape's dot also changed direction, moving with equal urgency toward the forbidden corridor. Harry remained hidden as the 3 professors converged outside the door, their voices carrying to his enhanced hearing. The alarms were not triggered, Flitwick was saying. How did Potter know? That's a question for later, McGonagall replied tensely. If Quirrell is indeed inside, he is, Snape confirmed. And I suspect he's not alone. Surely you don't mean, McGonagall began. The Dark Lord? That is precisely what I mean, Snape cut her off. Albus has suspected it for months. And left us uninformed. With children in the castle. Flitwick squeaked indignantly. A discussion for another time, McGonagall said firmly. Severus, your expertise in dark arts is needed. Filius, your charm work. I'll secure the students and contact Albus. As the professors unlocked the door and entered, Harry faced a dilemma. His tactical training suggested staying back, letting the professors handle the threat. But his instincts, and the weight of prophecy, pushed him forward. The decision was made for him when a magical explosion rocked the corridor, sending the door flying off its hinges. Through the settling dust, Harry saw Flitwick thrown backward, unconscious. Snape and McGonagall had disappeared inside. Another explosion, more muffled this time, vibrated through the floor. Harry dropped his disillusionment and moved forward cautiously. Inside, he found chaos, Fluffy unconscious, the trapdoor open, and a trail of destruction leading downward. Harry descended through the challenges, each designed by a different professor. Devil's Snare, Charmed Keys, a giant wizard's chess set, already played through, a troll, larger than the one from Halloween and now dead, a logic puzzle with potions. In this final room, he found Snape unconscious, severely wounded, and McGonagall nowhere to be seen. The potion puzzle had been solved, the smallest bottle empty. Beyond was one final doorway. Harry faced his moment of decision. The rational choice was retreat, wait for Dumbledore, let adult wizards handle Voldemort. But the empty potion bottle meant Quirrell had already passed through to the final chamber. Whatever protected the stone, likely the mirror of Erist based on Dumbledore's earlier comments, was now all that stood between Voldemort and resurrection. Drawing on his goblin training, Harry centered himself. He activated the protective enchantments on his clothing and equipment, reinforced his occlumency shields, and clutched the pendant Ragnok had given him. Then, using Firenze's gift, the unicorn hair and centaur would focus, he cast a complex goblin shielding spell around himself. He stepped through the final doorway. The chamber beyond was circular, with steps leading down to a central platform. There stood the mirror of Erist, its ornate gold frame gleaming in the torchlight. Before it stood Quirrell, his turban removed, revealing a terrible sight, a second face protruding from the back of his head. A face with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, snake-like and inhuman. Voldemort. Neither had noticed Harry's entrance yet, too focused on the mirror. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, Quirrell was saying, but where is it? Use the boy, hissed Voldemort's face. Dumbledore would have ensured Potter could retrieve it. Potter is not here, master. The old fool sent him away for the holidays. He has returned, Voldemort corrected. I sense him, in fact, he is here now. Both faces turned toward Harry, who stood calmly at the chamber entrance, wand ready. Potter, Quirrell said, his stutter completely gone. How convenient. My master was just saying we needed you. Tom Riddle, Harry replied, deliberately using Voldemort's birth name. Possessing a teacher. How desperate you've become. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. You dare use that name? You know nothing, boy. I know you're a half-blood orphan who hated his muggle father, Harry countered, moving slowly down the steps. I know you split your soul with murder to create Horcruxes. I know you're currently surviving on unicorn blood while seeking the Philosopher's Stone. Impressive, Voldemort hissed after a moment of shocked silence. Dumbledore has trained you well. Not Dumbledore, Harry corrected. The goblins removed your soul fragment from my scar years ago. They've been teaching me about you ever since. Genuine alarm flashed across Voldemort's face. Impossible. Goblin ritual magic, Harry said, continuing his careful advance. They removed it, contained it, studied it. It revealed much about your methods. It was a calculated revelation, potentially giving away intelligence about the Horcruxes but shaking Voldemort's confidence and buying time for Dumbledore to arrive. It matters not, Voldemort recovered quickly. Soon I will have the stone, a new body, and you will join your mudblood mother in death. My mother, Harry said calmly, defeated you once through love and sacrifice. The goblins showed me how to honor her gift. Quirrell raised his wand. Enough talk. Help us get the stone from the mirror, Potter, and perhaps my master will grant you a quick death. Bring him here, Voldemort commanded. Quirrell flicked his wand, casting a body-binding curse. Harry deflected it with a goblin shield charm rather than the standard protego, the golden energy absorbing the spell rather than reflecting it. Interesting, Voldemort observed. Goblin magic through a wizard's wand. Quirrell, take him. Quirrell lunged forward with surprising speed. Harry sidestepped, drawing one of Rockbiter's throwing knives with his left hand while maintaining his wand grip with his right. As Quirrell turned, Harry released the knife with practiced precision, striking the professor's wand arm. Quirrell howled in pain, dropping his wand. Master, he's trained as a fighter. Seize him. Voldemort shrieked. Harry had moments to make a critical decision. Direct magical combat against a fully grown wizard, even an injured one, was risky. But physical combat, as Iron Grip had taught him, offered advantages against magically oriented opponents. He chose a hybrid approach, casting a goblin disorientation hex with his wand while closing distance for hand-to-hand combat. The hex hit Quirrell squarely, causing him to stagger as his inner ear balance was disrupted. Harry followed with a precise strike to Quirrell's solar plexus, a goblin combat move designed to disable without killing. What happened next shocked everyone in the room. Where Harry's hand made contact with Quirrell's skin, the flesh began to burn and blister. Quirrell screamed in agony, stumbling backward. What magic is this? Voldemort demanded. Harry, recovering quickly from his surprise, recognized the effect, his mother's protection, still active against Voldemort despite the goblin's transfer of the main sacrificial magic to his pendant. Your weakness, Harry said, advancing on Quirrell. You can't touch what was protected by love. Quirrell raised his hands to cast wandlessly, but Harry was faster. He lunged forward, grabbing Quirrell's face with both hands. The effect was immediate and horrific. Quirrell's skin blistered and cracked beneath Harry's touch, his screams echoing through the chamber. Kill him! Voldemort shrieked as Quirrell's body began to crumble. Harry maintained his grip, even as pain lanced through his scar, not from the removed soul fragment, but from proximity to Voldemort's corrupted essence. His vision blurred, his strength wavering. Then suddenly, a wave of golden light erupted from the pendant at his chest, Ragnok's gift activating as Harry's life came under genuine threat. The light formed a barrier between Harry and the disintegrating Quirrell, protecting him from the magical backlash. Quirrell's body collapsed entirely, turning to ash. A dark wraith-like form rose from the remains, Voldemort's spirit, forced from its host. The wraith howled with inhuman rage and shot toward Harry, passing through his shield. For a moment that seemed to stretch eternally, Harry felt the dark presence trying to possess him, but unlike 11 years ago, his mind was protected by years of goblin occlumency training. His shields held firm as Voldemort's essence battered against them. You cannot escape prophecy, Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice echoed within his mind. Neither can live while the other survives. With a final psychic assault that made Harry's knees buckle, the wraith abandoned its attack and fled through the chamber wall, disappearing into the night. Harry collapsed beside the mirror of Eriste, exhausted but alive. As his vision dimmed, he saw something remarkable in the mirror's reflection, not his family this time, but himself standing tall among goblin warriors and wizard allies, holding not the Philosopher's Stone but a sword with a ruby-encrusted hilt. His last conscious thought before darkness took him was a quote from Ragnok, "Victory is not in achieving the immediate objective, but in positioning yourself for the greater campaign to come. Harry woke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through tall windows. His body ached, but his mind was clear. Sitting up, he found Dumbledore watching him from a chair beside the bed. "Good morning, Harry," the headmaster said, his blue eyes twinkling. "How are you feeling?" "Like I fought a possessed defense professor," Harry replied dryly. "How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days, Dumbledore answered. "Quite a remarkable feat you accomplished in the chamber. The stone is safe, thanks to your intervention." Harry studied the old wizard carefully. "You planned this. You knew Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. You set up the stone as bait." "I suspected," Dumbledore admitted, not bothering to deny it. "As for setting bait, sometimes the best way to deal with a hidden threat is to draw it into the open." "Using a school full of children as your battlefield," Harry noted, letting his disapproval show. Dumbledore sighed. The stone was well protected. The students were never in danger. A troll at Halloween. Quirrell hexing my broom during the Quidditch match I was pressured into playing. Unicorns slaughtered in the forest. All part of your controlled environment. Harry challenged. The twinkle dimmed in Dumbledore's eyes. "You've been investigating quite thoroughly. Your goblin training shows." "Answer the question," Harry pressed. "Risks were taken," Dumbledore acknowledged after a moment. "Calculated risks, to confirm Voldemort's presence and method of return. Knowledge we now have, thanks partly to your confrontation with him." Harry absorbed this non-apology. "And the mirror? How did it protect the stone?" "Ah, one of my more brilliant ideas," Dumbledore said, brightening. "The mirror was enchanted to give the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Quirrell, wanting it for Voldemort, could never have retrieved it." "But you thought I could," Harry deduced. "Indeed. Your encounter merely accelerated events somewhat." The conversation was revealing Dumbledore's approach. The headmaster was treating Harry as a junior partner now rather than a pawn, adapting to Harry's demonstrated competence while still maintaining the role of wise mentor. "Professor Quirrell is dead," Harry said, changing topics. "Did you expect that outcome?" "Professor Quirrell was lost the moment he allowed Voldemort to possess him," Dumbledore replied gravely. "His fate was sealed. What surprised me was your method of defeating him, your mother's protection." "A protection you knew about when you placed me with the Dursleys," Harry noted. "Was my suffering there part of your calculation too?" For the first time, Dumbledore looked genuinely uncomfortable. "The Blood Wards required your residence with Petunia. I underestimated the depth of her resentment toward magic. You didn't check. For 10 years. A mistake," Dumbledore admitted. "One of several regarding your upbringing. But consider, Harry, the protection saved your life against Quirrell. Without it, the Goblins transferred the core protection to a new anchor years ago," Harry interrupted. "What affected Quirrell was residual magic, not the primary ward. I would have been equally protected living anywhere." Surprise flickered across Dumbledore's face before he controlled it. "The Goblins achieved this? Remarkable. Blood magic is normally quite location-specific." Harry didn't elaborate on the Goblin methods. "What happens now?" "Voldemort is still out there as a wraith. Now," Dumbledore said, standing, "you rest and recover. The school year concludes in 3 weeks. We have time to discuss future arrangements." "I'll be returning to Gringotts for the summer," Harry stated firmly. "We shall see," Dumbledore replied, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "There are matters of your safety to consider, especially with Voldemort actively seeking return." After Dumbledore left, Harry was quickly surrounded by his friends. Hermione practically flew into the hospital wing, throwing her arms around him. "Harry! We were so worried. They wouldn't tell us anything except that you'd been injured stopping Quirrell from stealing something." "Blimey, mate," Ron added, taking on a teacher single-handed. "That's mental. Neville, looking pale but determined, squeezed Harry's shoulder. Gran sent a howler to Dumbledore when she heard. Said something about criminal negligence and endangering the Potter heir. Harry smiled at his friend's concern. I'm okay. Really? Just tired. Was it really you-know-who? Ron whispered. That's what they're saying, that Quirrell was working for him. Harry nodded solemnly. Possessed by him, actually. But he's gone for now. The news spread quickly through the school. By dinner, Harry had received visits from his entire study group, the Weasley twins, who presented him with a toilet seat liberated from the second-floor bathroom as a get-well gift, and even a delegation of centaurs who somehow gained entry to the castle to check on the foal who honors deaths. Most surprising was a visit from Draco Malfoy, who arrived alone after visiting hours. Potter, he said stiffly, standing at the foot of Harry's bed. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged. Bit late for visitors. I bribed Pomfrey's assistant, Malfoy admitted with a hint of pride. 5 galleons for 5 minutes. What can I do for you? Malfoy seemed to struggle with himself before speaking. Is it true? The Dark Lord was here. Possessing Quirrell? Harry studied the blonde boy carefully. Yes. Seeking the Philosopher's Stone to regain physical form. Malfoy paled slightly. And you fought him? Alone? Not by choice, Harry clarified. But yes. My father always said. Malfoy began, then stopped. He said the Dark Lord would return someday. That our family would rise again with him. Harry waited, sensing there was more to this midnight confession. But if he was reduced to possessing Quirrell, sharing a body with that stuttering fool. Malfoy looked genuinely disturbed. That's not glorious? Harry suggested. Powerful? Worthy of a Malfoy's allegiance? Precisely, Draco said with unexpected candor. Father always described him as the greatest wizard alive. But this. Voldemort is powerful, Harry acknowledged, ignoring Malfoy's flinch at the name. But he's also desperate, diminished, and willing to use anyone to achieve his goals. Including your family. Malfoy's grey eyes met Harry's green ones. Why are you telling me this? Because everyone deserves the chance to make informed choices, Harry replied. Even Slytherins. Even Malfoys. Draco stared at him for a long moment, then nodded once. I should go before Pomfrey catches me. At the door, he paused. This doesn't make us friends, Potter. Of course not, Harry agreed. But perhaps not enemies either. After Malfoy left, Harry considered the encounter thoughtfully. The seeds of doubt had been planted in an unexpected quarter, a potential fracture in Voldemort's future support base worth cultivating. The remaining weeks of term passed in a whirlwind of activity. Harry caught up on missed assignments with Hermione's help, continued his cross-house study group, now focused on defensive magic given recent events, and maintained regular communication with Gringotts regarding summer arrangements. 2 days before term's end, McGonagall summoned Harry to her office. He found her sorting through end-of-year paperwork, looking tired but determined. Mr. Potter, she greeted him, please sit down. Tea. Harry accepted the offered cup. Thank you for seeing me, Professor. It seems we have matters to discuss before you depart for the summer, McGonagall said. Primarily, the headmaster's concerns about your continued residence with the Goblins. I anticipated this, Harry acknowledged. He wants me somewhere under his influence. McGonagall's lips thinned. Blunt as ever. Yes, though he phrases it differently, concerns about adequate protection, proper wizarding education during holidays, social development among peers. All valid considerations, Harry said diplomatically. If they were his actual motivations. Indeed. McGonagall set down her teacup. Mr. Potter, I want to be clear about my position. While I respect Albus as a colleague and leader, I do not always agree with his methods, particularly regarding you. This was as close to open criticism of Dumbledore as Harry had heard from any staff member. I appreciate your candor, Professor. I was friends with your parents, McGonagall continued. I should have checked on you at the Dursleys. That failure has haunted me since learning of your situation. You trusted Dumbledore, Harry said, not accusingly. Everyone did. Trust should never replace vigilance, McGonagall countered firmly. Which brings me to our current situation. Albus is preparing to assert his authority as headmaster to influence your summer arrangements. He's already approached the Wizengamot about reviewing the Goblin guardianship. This was concerning but not unexpected. On what grounds? The Goblin War Declaration was specific to Dumbledore's actions, not general wizarding guardianship law, McGonagall explained. He's arguing that while the financial aspects are under Goblin jurisdiction, your personal guardianship should revert to wizarding authorities, specifically, to him as named magical guardian in your parents' will. A will he illegally sealed and ignored, Harry pointed out. Precisely why I'm warning you, McGonagall agreed. You should prepare your Goblin allies for this legal challenge. Harry nodded gratefully. Thank you, Professor. This is valuable intelligence. There's more, McGonagall said, lowering her voice. The events with the stone have strengthened Albus's concern about prophecy, specifically, the prophecy regarding you and Voldemort. Harry tensed. What about it? He believes your confrontation with Quirrell confirms his interpretation, that you and Voldemort are destined to face each other again, with only one surviving. And he wants to control how that confrontation occurs, Harry deduced. He wants to ensure you're prepared, McGonagall corrected, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced herself. But his methods involve manipulation, secrecy, and treating me as a weapon rather than a person, Harry finished. McGonagall didn't deny it. Albus sees patterns others miss. His perspective spans decades of conflict with dark wizards. Sometimes this broader view obscures the immediate human cost of his strategies. It was a remarkably balanced assessment from someone Harry knew respected Dumbledore deeply. Thank you for your honesty, Professor. What would you advise? Maintain your Goblin alliance, they've proven effective protectors and educators, McGonagall said without hesitation. But consider establishing connections with wizarding families as well. Augusta Longbottom is already an ally. The Bones family might be receptive given Amelia's concerns about ministry corruption. Strategic relationships will strengthen your position when legal challenges come. Harry nodded thoughtfully. And what about Sirius Black? As my godfather, wouldn't he have priority claim for guardianship once he's fully recovered? Indeed, McGonagall agreed. Which is precisely why Albus is moving quickly, before Black can return from Switzerland. A established guardianship ruling would be difficult to overturn, even for a godfather. The information clarified Dumbledore's timing. Harry would need to accelerate plans for Sirius's rehabilitation and return. As their meeting concluded, McGonagall offered a final piece of advice: whatever comes, Mr. Potter, remember that Hogwarts itself is more than its headmaster. Many here care about your well-being, not just your role in prophecy. Including you, Professor? Harry asked. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. I failed you once by not questioning Albus. I won't make that mistake again. The train ride back to London provided Harry with valuable time to brief his core allies on McGonagall's warnings and summer plans. In a compartment expanded by Hermione's clever space manipulation charm, Harry gathered his closest supporters: Hermione, Neville, Sue Lee, Susan Bones, and Blaise Zabini. Ron had been invited but declined, uncomfortable with the mixed house gathering and still processing the revelations about Quirrell and Voldemort. Dumbledore's planning a legal challenge to my Goblin guardianship, Harry explained after setting privacy wards. He'll argue that while goblins can manage my finances, my personal guardianship should revert to wizarding authorities, meaning him. Gran's already heard rumors, Neville confirmed. She's been meeting with allies in the Wizengamot to counter it. Susan nodded. Auntie Amelia mentioned something similar. The legal precedent is murky, no wizard child has been under goblin guardianship for centuries. Which means the ruling could go either way, Blaise observed, depending on political alignments rather than actual law. Exactly, Harry agreed. So we need to strengthen those alignments over the summer. Sully, practical as always, pulled out parchment and began mapping political factions. Dumbledore's traditional supporters include the Weasleys, Diggorys, most of the remaining Order of the Phoenix families, and the progressive wing of the Wizengamot. Against him potentially stand the Longbottoms, Bones, neutral pureblood families, and the Goblin-allied factions, Hermione continued, having absorbed wizarding politics with her usual thoroughness. The swing votes will be traditional families who dislike both Dumbledore and Goblin autonomy, Blaise added. The Greengrasses, Devisas, my mother's allies, and similar unaligned houses. Harry outlined his strategy, each of you has connections to different factions. Over the summer, test the waters, share information about Dumbledore's manipulation of the stone situation, emphasize that Goblin guardianship has made me stronger magically and better protected. What about the Malfoys and their faction? Hermione asked. After what happened with Quirrell, they must be reassessing their position. Harry shared his midnight conversation with Draco. Seeds of doubt have been planted. Voldemort's wraith-like state doesn't match the glorious leader they expected. We should exploit that contradiction. The meeting concluded with specific assignments for each ally and communication protocols for the summer. As the train approached London, Harry felt a sense of prepared anticipation. The year had brought challenges and revelations, but also strengthened his position and clarified the threats ahead. On the platform, Griphook waited with a Goblin honor guard, a deliberate display of Goblin commitment to Harry's protection. Augusta Longbottom stood nearby with Neville, her imposing presence drawing respectful nods from passing wizards. Hermione's parents looked somewhat overwhelmed by the magical bustle but waved warmly to Harry. Ready to return? Griphook asked as Harry approached. More than ready, Harry confirmed. We have much to discuss about Dumbledore's legal maneuvers and Voldemort's potential return. As they prepared to depart, Harry felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he found Dumbledore standing there, resplendent in purple robes embroidered with silver stars. Harry, my boy, the headmaster said genially, though his eyes were serious. I hoped we might have a word before you leave. Headmaster, Harry acknowledged, noting how Griphook and his guards tensed. I'm afraid any discussion will need to wait. My guardians and I have pressing matters to attend to. Of course, Dumbledore said smoothly. But do consider my offer to arrange alternative summer accommodations. After recent events, your safety remains my paramount concern. The public setting made this a strategic move, establishing Dumbledore's continued interest in Harry's welfare for any watching audience while applying subtle pressure. My safety has been excellently managed by the Goblin Nation for years, Harry replied, matching Dumbledore's pleasant tone. But I appreciate your concern, Professor. Have a pleasant summer. It was a polite dismissal, and both knew it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but his smile didn't quite reach them. Until September, then, Harry. Do be careful. As Dumbledore walked away, Griphook muttered in gobbledygook, the wizard plays his games to the last moment. And will continue playing them, Harry responded in the same language. But now we know his next moves. They departed platform 9 3/4 via a goblin transport rune hidden from wizard eyes, a symbol of the separate world Harry straddled. Behind lay a year of discovery and confrontation, ahead, a summer of preparation and political maneuvering. In Ragnok's office beneath Gringotts, Harry delivered his full report, not just about the stone confrontation, but about everything he'd learned regarding Dumbledore's strategies, Voldemort's state, and the shifting political landscape. The Goblin chief listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions. When Harry finished, Ragnok leaned back in his chair, expression grave. Two enemies now move openly against you, he observed. Dumbledore seeking control through legal means, Voldemort seeking destruction through direct confrontation. Three enemies, Harry corrected. The Ministry itself remains compromised, with former Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy influencing policy. Ragnok nodded approvingly at this assessment. Which means our strategy must evolve. The limited war against Dumbledore was appropriate when he was the primary threat. Now we face a more complex battlefield. A two-front war at minimum, Harry agreed. With potential for broader conflict if Voldemort regains physical form. The Horcruxes are key, Ragnok said, tapping his desk thoughtfully. Our research team has continued analyzing the soul fragment we extracted from your scar. Combined with your observation of the diary in Dumbledore's possession, we believe Voldemort created multiple anchors. How many? Harry asked. The magical resonance suggests 6 deliberate splits, plus the accidental fragment in your scar. 7 pieces total, a magically significant number. The implications were staggering. So even if his wraith form is destroyed, he would remain tethered to this plane, Ragnok confirmed. Only by destroying all Horcruxes can he be truly defeated. And Dumbledore knows this, Harry deduced. It's part of why he's so intent on controlling me, he believes only he has the knowledge to guide the Horcrux hunt. Perhaps, Ragnok acknowledged. But goblins have our own methods of tracking soul magic. We've already identified magical signatures consistent with Horcruxes in several locations, including, interestingly, within Hogwarts itself. This was new information. Within Hogwarts? But that means students have been near a soul fragment all year. Indeed. Another example of Dumbledore's questionable priorities regarding student safety. Ragnok's expression hardened. Our summer agenda is clear: prepare legal defenses against Dumbledore's guardianship challenge, accelerate Sirius Black's rehabilitation, continue Horcrux research, and strengthen your magical and physical training. Harry nodded, mentally adding his own priority: maintaining and expanding his network of allies at Hogwarts. If the coming year brought both Dumbledore's manipulations and Voldemort's continued efforts to return, he would need trusted friends on all fronts. There is one more matter, Ragnok said, his tone shifting. The prophecy stored in the Department of Mysteries. As the subject, you have the right to hear it in full. We've arranged, through certain contacts, an opportunity to access it this summer. Harry absorbed this news thoughtfully. The prophecy that had shaped his life, that had led Voldemort to murder his parents and Dumbledore to orchestrate his upbringing, had remained partially known but never directly accessed. Knowledge is power, he said, quoting a goblin proverb. Even knowledge of possible futures. Especially then, Ragnok agreed. But remember what the centaur told you: prophecies are rivers, not chains. The destination may be fixed, but the path shapes what arrives there. As Harry left Ragnok's office to reunite with his goblin mentors and resume training, he reflected on the year's journey. He had entered Hogwarts as an observer, gathering intelligence and building connections. He emerged as an active player in a complex game of power and prophecy. Dumbledore still moved his pieces across the board. Voldemort lurked in the shadows, seeking resurrection. The Ministry balanced precariously between corruption and reform. And somewhere in between stood Harry Potter, goblin-trained, alliance-building, and increasingly determined to chart his own course through the prophecy that bound him to his parents' murderer. The summer sun set over Diagon Alley far above, but in the goblin halls deep below, Harry Potter prepared for war on multiple fronts. Not just Dumbledore's 22 betrayals, but the greater conflict that loomed, a conflict that would determine not just his fate, but the future of both the wizarding and goblin worlds. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.